The Latin Alliance. A new power is rising, the tattered glories of old, refreshed with new triumphs and ideas. Revitalized by strong leadership and enriched with the fruits of new technology, the Republic of France has united the League of Italian States, the sovereignty of Spain, and the Kingdom of Portugal into a formidable alliance that is determined to take a seat at the table of the world powers. No longer will they be ignored, no longer will their lands be a battleground for the European nations to settle their scores over. Where there is the will to triumph, victory soon shall follow. Like a phoenix rising from its ashes, the Latin Alliance shall burn away the shame of past defeats, to topple empires and lay waste to those who once sought to dominate them. Victory or death. From Sir Humphrey Atto, Permanent Secretary, GCB, KBC, MVO, MA Oxen, to the RT Hon Richard Bickerton, Pemel Lowndes, GCB, GCMG, PC, 17th of May, 1873. My dear Lord Lyons, congratulations once again on your successful appointment as Special Ambassador to the Elysee. I need not remind you, Lordship, that this particular posting remains one of our most prestigious overseas offices, despite the regrettable turn in French power and prestige. Whilst your Lordship is naturally already completely aware of all that pertains to the current situation in France, it was recommended to me by the Secretary of State that you may gracefully receive a more up-to-date survey of the Latin Alliance and its varied members. Your predecessor's sudden retirement places a certain expectation upon your Lordship for the future. It is therefore highly advisable that you read and memorize as much of this information as possible prior to your arrival in Paris. Some paragraphs within the following pages contain sensitive information, either unknown to your new hosts, or else contains intelligence they do not believe we possess. Were these papers to fall into foreign hands, it would represent a massive blow to our agents abroad and at home, as well as to the office, the government, and the crown. If you have any further questions, please direct them to your personal private secretary, Bernard Tanner Folds, or else to the permanent assistant secretary, to the ambassador Sir James Cutter. Yours faithfully, Sir Humphrey. Enclosed, a summary report on the Latin Alliance and the major powers within it. Under separate cover, a detailed paper on the economic relations between the members of the Latin Alliance. Please do not skim read this. A compilation of the latest regulations regarding all official ambassadorial entitlements, expenses, responsibilities, and duties under the Diplomatic Corps Act of 1847 as amended and updated by the Crown Agents Act of 1852, I have been asked by the Secretary of State to draw your attention to subsections 4, 9, 12, 68, and 149. Duplicate/carbon copy preserved under the State Records Act revised, subsection 43, statutory instrument. Posted under the Crown Missives and Memorandum Act of 1812. The history of the Latin Alliance. Note from the Permanent Secretary. In these times of international tension, it has become necessary that the identities of certain individuals and other facts be omitted or censored in order to safeguard the interests of the Crown. Where this has been necessary, either myself or censored has performed the odious but vital task of suppressing information. A faded glory. No survey on the Latin Alliance can possibly begin without a contemplative glance at the storied history of the once great French nation. Almost as ancient and noble as our own spectred isle, France was ruled through the centuries by a succession of proud monarchs and lesser servants. In the course of its existence, the Kingdom of France fought and defeated, it pains me to admit, nearly all of its neighbors. Indeed, the history of Western Europe could be summarized with a list of French wars. From the Gaulish resistance to the rise of Caesar, the French people or their ancestors at various points in time have been at war with the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Italians, the Germans, the Ottoman Turk, the Russians, and more besides. Of principal note, however, have been French conflicts with us. The longest wars in recorded human history have been those fought between the Crown and the Kingdom of France. From the medieval battlefields of the Hundred Years' War to our more recent scraps against the upstart Emperor Napoleon I, our struggles have proven to be the crucible from which nations are forged and glory is won. Alas, such national rivalries can have but one eventual victor, and it is to our own credit that the crown won out time and again. At Agincourt, Gracie, and the glorious 1st of June, Trafalgar, and more, crown arms and soldiers turned the tide against the French military might and triumphed. Unfortunately, the crown never managed to make political gains out of such short-lived and ephemeral victories. The Kingdom of France endured, and so too did its now tarnished reputation. The Terror of 1789. With each passing year of military defeat and political missteps, the French nobility became more absorbed in their own privileged lives and aristocratic prerogatives. Unable or unwilling to truly serve their monarch, they frittered away power, influence, and wealth without truly exercising it, and their failures bred further abuses amongst their peers and eventually their liege lord. The latter French kings and queens were not individuals worthy of admiration. A failure to plan for the long term gripped their administration, and the regime stumbled from one crisis to another. Whilst on various occasions they delivered blows to their forgotten enemies, not least during the folly of the American Revolution, these triumphs were superficial. The French government bankrupted itself on vanity projects and military campaigns of no real strategic value. When King Louis XVI finally sought wider public support for reforms to fix the ailing French government, his actions precipitated a crisis of world-shattering proportions. The nobility, failing to realize their precarious position, refused to countenance any limits on their own power and lavish lifestyles. The peasantry and urban poor, whipped up by bourgeoisie intellectuals and troublemakers, seized their chance. In an orgy of violence and anarchy, the lily flowers of the French aristocracy were torn down by the Revolutionary National Assembly. To compound events, King Louis XVI and his supporters were executed by guillotine after attempting to escape abroad, while hundreds of thousands of others were similarly punished for their real or imagined support of the monarchy. Note from the Permanent Secretary. Further information can be found in a variety of historical works, although the most useful for government officials is the French Revolution, a history and legacy of terror. The new Republic of France that revolution had established was meant to uphold high ideals of liberty, equity, and fraternity. Although in practice these words proved hollow, attacked by real and perceived enemies at home and abroad, including quite rightly the Crown's navy and army to contain this precious threat, the National Assembly ceded greater power to a dictatorate who would prove brutal and callous in their rule. Burning briefly, burning bright. Regardless of how we may feel about the work and legacy of the French Revolution, it cannot be denied that it brought to the fore some of the best military minds and enthusiasts within French society. One of their number, Napoleon Bonaparte, rose to prominence thanks to the new revolutionary environment and scored stunning success on the field. Note from the Permanent Secretary, even against our own crowned forces, it must be acknowledged. Napoleon's genius soon drew the attention of the dictatorate, which granted him sweeping powers in the campaigns against the coalition formed by France's enemies. His success in conquering Italy, then a stunning operation against Austria, demonstrated some of the finest principles of modern armored warfare. Note from the Permanent Secretary, I am indebted to Major Censor of the Academy at Salzburg for his illuminating paper of the campaigns by the first Napoleon. Napoleon's rise coincided with the waning power of the dictatorate at home, which eventually fell to a coup d'etat that placed 3 consuls at the head of the French Republic, one of them being our erstwhile revolutionary general himself. Consul Bonaparte soon eclipsed his companions at the apex of French government and began acting as an autocratic head of state, one incapable of resisting the impulse to invade and conquer. In the early years of the 19th century, Napoleon began to forge a French empire of his own, first confronting Austria, Prussia, and Italy before attacking Spain. These campaigns, however, taxed French military resources to the limit and created ever more insurmountable challenges. When Napoleon finally declared himself emperor in 1804, he had united much of Europe against him and destabilized many of the oldest nations by his brutal attempts at conquest. On the steps of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, Napoleon was gunned down by assassins we since believe to have been financed and equipped by the Teutonic Knights. Note from the Permanent Secretary, the full details on this report can be found under Censored and Censored at the Censored. As he lay dying, the emperor left behind a cursed legacy. The French government fractured without the dominant personality of Bonaparte, and the country was surrounded by hostile enemies. The French army splintered between the command structure of various generals and commanding officers who sought either to maintain Napoleon's empire or claim it as their own. The resultant civil war dwarfed the violence that had erupted during the French Revolution and lasted for nearly a decade, although by then they had been absorbed into the wider Prussian wars. Bonapartist forces, the imperial egos, initially had the upper hand in the civil war after repulsing a poorly executed Austrian offensive into France within a few months of the emperor's death. Then they moved to secure the major centers of industry and population before declaring the dead emperor's brother, Joseph, as Emperor of France. Note from the Permanent Secretary, some claim him as Emperor Napoleon II, but his reign remains disputed. Joseph was a puppet of his generals, and under their influence decided to wage a war of conquest against Spain that tied up much of the imperial forces for the next 5 years. By the time he had declared himself King of Spain, France itself had erupted in revolt. Several marshals, enraged by the continued abuse of imperial power, declared for a restored French Republic and moved to eject the imperial forces from France. By this time, however, similarly motivated forces had arisen, also declaring for the French monarchy. By 1810, all France was divided into 3 parts. The Republic held the northeast, the Royalists the west, and the Imperials the south, as well as their respective Spanish territories. The Prussian Gloria. In late 1810, the forces of the newly formalized Imperium entered the stage of the French Civil War, crashing into Republican defenses in the east of France. The armies of the Imperium made dramatic inroads onto French soil, and desperation, the Republican forces gave way but dug in around Paris whilst urgently seeking an accord with the Royalists further west. The war developed into a brutal stalemate that lasted for a further 2 years, masking intense battles behind the lines. French imperial forces, hoping to capitalize on the Imperium's invasion, instead found their support drain away as Emperor Joseph's generals became accused of collaborationist tendencies. Eventually, at the urging of his younger brother, Joseph renounced the French throne for the Spanish one and led a somewhat strange uprising of his Spanish subjects against the army that had made him king in the first place. King Joseph's rebellion shattered the egos, and many of the soldiers defected to the Republic. The Royalists, meanwhile, faced a fait accompli with the collapse of the Imperialists and signed a peace treaty with the French Republic. By 1830, the French Civil War had come to an end, but its outcome remained in doubt. Much of the Second Republic was under the occupation of the Imperium, and Paris itself was under siege. Help came unlooked for by the French Republic when Crown forces under the Duke of Wellington made landfall into Belgium, threatening Marshal Blücher's line of advance and forcing the Imperium's armies to turn aside and seek battle at Waterloo. The subsequent engagement routed the Imperium's armies and shattered their western offensive. Note from the Permanent Secretary, the Crown's intervention checked Imperium ambitions in the west just as the Commonwealth destroyed it in the east. The resultant uneasy peace had since held sway for nearly 60 years. How much longer can that last in the face of renewed Imperium armament? The egos within. The French Second Republic was and remains a shadow of the French Empire and First Republic that it succeeded. Economically and military, it has taken nearly 50 years to recover, first from the brutal effects of the Napoleonic Wars, then the French Civil War and the Prussian Wars, all of which unfolded over the course of merely 30 years. The French government remained passive under the governance of the Parti du Mouvement, who attempted to chart a course under the shadow of the Imperium to the east. In 1848, the French Second Republic's popularity collapsed in a wave of European revolutions that rolled across the continent. A new political party named the Imperial Eagles, after the old imperialist faction of the Civil War, made major breakouts in the legislative elections of that year. During the presidential elections of the following year, the Imperial Eagles revealed their presidential candidate, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, scientist, philosopher, patriot, nephew of King Joseph of Spain, and nephew of Emperor Napoleon I. Louis Napoleon won the election by a landslide and moved swiftly to cement his power in the Republic. The Legislative Assembly and Senate were packed with Imperial Eagle Party members in emergency elections held the following year thanks to the support of masses of rural voters and a healthy amount of intimidation by party paramilitaries. New grandiose public works projects and military rearmament programs propelled the French economy out of the doldrums, such that by 1852, France appeared to have turned the corner. Louis Napoleon shrewdly played up on his interest in the fields of science and technology by becoming a signatory on the charter founding the Covenant of the Enlightened. Though his role as head of the state had relegated him to being little more than a patron of the fledgling order of scientists, it ensured that the French Republic was supported by a steady stream of intellectuals and researchers eager to embrace the new leader's patronage. Forging an alliance. Despite this technological advantage, the new president faced challenges to his dream of rebuilding France. The Prussians and the Imperium remained a dark threat on France's borders, the memory of the invasion still strong. The national humiliation of becoming a battleground for the great powers remained a stain that President Bonaparte wished to exorcise and prevent in the future. Note from the Permanent Secretary: under no circumstances should you mention Waterloo, the Civil War, or any other event mentioned in this section of the document unless you wish to seriously offend your hosts. French citizens themselves have disappeared for less. The solution, as the new administration saw it, was to secure an alliance of like-minded powers who could act as a counterweight to the surrounding great powers. A ready first partner was found in Spain, where Napoleon's grandniece inherited the throne at the tender age of 7. Pressed by pro-French advisors, the young queen, referred patronizingly in the alliance as the Infanta, declared her great-uncle as her regent, which President Napoleon wisely conferred upon a sympathetic Spanish grandee, the Duke of Cadiz, Joaquin y Mina. Spain and France signed a Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Assistance in 1854, binding the two to support each other militarily and economically. The treaty went further than any of its kind seen before. Note from the Permanent Secretary: I checked the Foreign Office records, and has, to be frank, placed Spain in a somewhat subordinate position to France. Spain's military is largely reliant on the rapidly advancing French technology and expertise to supply it after years of neglect, and the Spanish economy mainly provides raw materials and foodstuffs to France at a preferential rate. Nevertheless, the alliance is popular with Spain's royalist government, which willingly grasps the French business and finance which flow into their country. Armed with an agreement from Spain, President Bonaparte then turned to his other potential partner, the League of Italian States. The League had existed in its fractured form since the end of the Prussian Wars, ruled by the Tetrarchy who jealously guarded their own wealth and influence while simultaneously clinging to each other for security in numbers. Beguiled by French offers of advancements in technology and the prestige that this would bring, the Tetrarchy eventually agreed to join the alliance in 1856, whereupon the coalition of France, Spain, and now Italy was officially renamed the Latin Alliance by a jovial and, some would say cynical, President Bonaparte. The Italian ascension dramatically expanded the power base of the Latin Alliance, outflanking the Imperium's western border and opening a healthy proportion of the Mediterranean to Alliance shipping and naval forces. The Alliance inherited Italian colonies in North Africa as well as their squabble with the Sultanate. The Italians, meanwhile, gained from French manufacturing and military technology in which they subsequently invested the wealth of their banking houses. By 1858, the economies of each member of the Latin Alliance entered a period of sustained and marked economic growth. Note from the Permanent Secretary. See Treasury reports for the years 1858 to 1862. With the Latin Alliance growing stronger every year, it was only a matter of time before other powers would petition to join. The Protectorate of Belgium was the first minor nation to seek associate membership, as did Luxembourg and Switzerland in 1858 and 1859. The biggest success, however, came when the Kingdom of Portugal petitioned for membership through the years 1860 and 1861. Whilst not exactly committed partners, the Portuguese government rightly concluded that it was better to be in the Latin Alliance rather than share a land border with a revitalized and expansionist Spain. With the Portuguese ascension to the Latin Alliance, President Bonaparte declared that his dream represented a new form of geopolitical power on the world stage, the first great powers working together. For too long, world history has been guided by single actors working for selfish ends. Now, we, the citizens of France, Spain, Italy, and Portugal, have recognized as patriots, but also as men, that just as a people come together into a community, so too can nations. The South American Connection. The Latin Alliance's pretensions to world power status were not taken seriously for several years, even after the ascension of Portugal. Crown analysts considered the alliance to be an association of lesser nations, incapable of truly operating effectively together and being more reactive than proactive in international affairs. This view has changed since the dramatic intervention of the alliance in defense of the socialist unity of South America, usually known as SUSAA, 2 years ago. In that action, Latin Alliance naval vessels and armed forces repulsed a sizable Union of Federated States expedition into the SUSA territory. The socialist unity of South America grew out of a melting pot of fears, ambitions, and hopes that swept across South America in the years between the fall of the Spanish and Portuguese empires and the rise of the Union to the north after the American Civil War. Note from the Permanent Secretary. This conflict is also known as the Ore War in our wayward American colonies, though as you spent quite some time there with a liaison to the late President Lincoln, perhaps you are familiar with this colloquialism. The Democratic Bond of South America, DBSA, was formed after the Mexican Union War of 1846. The Democratic Bond was initially a shaky organization, riven with difficulties and disagreements between its Portuguese, Spanish, and native inhabitants, and weakened from the outset by the refusal of the late Simon Bolivar's Gran Colombia to the north to join or support it, mostly because of the DBSA's Portuguese majority population. However, the Democratic Bond acquired a new sense of purpose when the famed Italian patriot Giuseppe Garibaldi arrived in Brazil with a company of followers, the 1850s. Note from the Permanent Secretary. We have extensive intelligence on the hero of the two worlds. Particularly interesting is the Freemasonry dossier from La Sile de la Virtud Lodge of Montevideo. Garibaldi fought for the DBSA's government against the autocratic regimes holding power in Uruguay and Paraguay, which disregarded their people's wishes to join the Democratic Bond. Garibaldi returned to Italy 3 years later as liberal revolutions broke out across Europe and Napoleon began to establish the Latin Alliance. In Garibaldi's absence, the DBSA did not take long to decay. Corruption became endemic, and in time the Democratic Bond became just as bad as the autocracies it replaced. Note from the Permanent Secretary. The last time Garibaldi would be seen in the Americas was in 1859, when he was in attendance to the Covenant of the Enlightened's Fourth Symposium. In Europe, Karl Marx published the Communist Manifesto, which he had hoped would ignite a revolutionary spirit in its readers. Little did he know that the place in which his idea would be enthusiastically taken up was Latin America, and for reasons which were far more pragmatic than the high-minded revolutionary principles he espoused. Socialist Revolution. It was the effective annexation of old Gran Colombia by the newly emerged Union of Federated States in 1869 that eventually spurred the dissidents of the DBSA to action. The fear that the entire continent would soon be subsumed by another aggressive empire was powerfully given voice by the charismatic Elisabetta Vanez, later known as Elisabetta de Rosa. While a student in São Paulo, Elisabetta had adopted Marx's ideas and had gathered a group of loyal followers along with her sister Indina and set to work spreading the communist message. Despite the heavy-handed attempts by the government to silence her, support grew and grew for her until during the fateful carnival season, when in response to the Union-led massacre in Bogota, the communists seized Sao Paulo's main wireless station and announced a national Marxist revolution. Within a few hours, thousands were on the streets in every major city in the Democratic Bond. The government, caught completely off guard, capitulated in days, and the communists swept in power on a wave of euphoria. Now, Chairman De Rosa leads the socialist unity of South America. Through her powerful oratory and Marxist ideals, she has instilled a strong sense of purpose in what was once a decaying country. The revolution, as she sees it, is bringing progress and prosperity to all of the SUSA. To her credit, she draws no distinction between the disparate peoples who inhabit the country, seeing them all as equal partners in the socialist unity's future. Note from the Permanent Secretary. Regrettably, Senora Rosa now sees her main mission as building up the SUSA's armed forces. This is causing us to revise our own plans for South America. With the Union pressing on the SUSA's northern border and the Celestian Empire's near forcible purchase of a large chunk of cash-strapped Argentina and Chile to the south, the situation is becoming urgent. The SUSA's military forces are numerous, but still quite lightly equipped, although it does operate a small number of, rather obsolete, land ships, mostly purchased by the former DBSAI as scrap from the old United States and then subsequently refitted. With such limited military forces and only a littoral navy to keep the Union from making a coastal invasion, Chairman De Rosa opened a dialogue via the Portuguese ambassador with the Latin Alliance. Though not making the Socialist Unity a formal member of the alliance, the agreement enabled trading of raw foodstuffs in return for industrial equipment and modern weaponry, especially naval and aircraft. The delivery and training of these military investments have required allowing several alliance garrisons, ports, and air bases to be established in the Socialist Unity. There are many in the SUSA committee who believe that this is part of Napoleon's plan to further tie them to his Latin alliance by stealth. Certainly, the influence that these bases have on the local communities make it difficult for Elisabetta to push the more progressive socialist ideals she believes in. Note from the Permanent Secretary. It would appear that, frustrated with what she saw as her sister's betrayal of the cause, Indina had headed north. Ostensibly, one imagines this sojourn is to foster the revolution within the Union, but it is in reality little more than a self-imposed exile, as she has not been heard of from since. The exact nature of the arrangement between the revolutionary government of the SUSA and the Latin Alliance remains a secret our agents have yet to uncover. Nonetheless, it is the opinion of the Foreign Office that President Bonaparte sees this as the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the alliance power while simultaneously expanding its reach. It is perhaps unsurprising that the chosen venue for this intervention is one which has historically had close ties to two members of the Latin Alliance, Spain and Portugal. In truth, with their ideological differences so pronounced, it seems neither party in this treaty is at ease with the other. However, as long as the Union and Celestian Empire remain an acute threat to the fledgling socialist unity of South America, Chairman De Rosa is shrewd enough to have the alliance as allies. It is an absolute priority for the Foreign Office and other ministries of the Crown to determine Latin Alliance intentions in South America. I'm liking this Dystopian Wars and its lore. It's pretty nice. If you reach this far, please like, comment, subscribe, rate. It helps the channel grow. Nevertheless, I hope you enjoy this, and I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci. The Commonwealth, tempered by revolution, civil war, and failed conquest, forged in the fires of invasion and the minds of brilliant men and women, the Commonwealth stands as a beacon of hope to oppressed humanity. A democracy that stretches from the industrial centers of Poland and Lithuania to the snowy wastes of Siberia and the steppes of Mongolia. The Commonwealth's people come from 100 or more cultures and groups, but are united by the loyalty to their state and the Tsar who safeguards it. Required to serve their country and fellow citizens in whatever capacity they can, the Commonwealth can call upon huge reserves of strength to ensure its survival and prosperity. Enriched by the technological bounties wrestled from the jealous hands of those who sought to manipulate the world, the Commonwealth stands as a testament to the will and perseverance of the common man. Long live Mother Russia, long live the Commonwealth, long live her people, long live the Tsar. Minister, thank you for taking the time to listen to my most humble petition earlier this week. I feel that it is vitally important that the Josephine Kingdom is at the forefront of any further expansion under the new policy. Of course, I understand that the State Council is reticent in the light of our recent conflict with the Commonwealth, but if His Immortal Majesty would only be appraised of the benefits I outlined at our meeting, I am sure he would consent to allow trade to bring wealth and opportunity to our shores. To help persuade you and the rest of the council, I have attached a copy of some papers about the Commonwealth that I had my staff produce. I find the historical perspective is useful in all my business dealings, and this should prove no different. Sincerely, Kwang Jo-yi. Minister's note. I was tempted to throw this trash away, but then thought it better to preserve it. Kwang Jo is as greedy and as unprincipled as they come, and his opinions of the Commonwealth are blinded by the wealth he could gain from doing business with them. Nonetheless, his appraisal is a useful example of how the Commonwealth would like itself to be seen. I have added a few extra sections here and there to provide a more balanced picture. I have edited out many of his pleas for opening trading relations with the Commonwealth, as well as his economically illiterate observations on the benefits of trading this or that commodity with them. The Ministry will continue to consider any contact with the Commonwealth as illegal, and that will continue until the Immortal Emperor's decree otherwise. I recommend that Kwang Jo-yi be put under even closer watch in the future. The Commonwealth of Russia, Poland, Lithuania, Mongolia, and others is, apart from our own Celestial Empire, the only world power that truly appears to equally and fairly balance the affairs and interests of its member nations. Unlike the Imperium, which is dominated by Prussia, or the Latin Alliance guided by France, the Commonwealth is not controlled by Russia, and nor can the Tsar force the other Commonwealth members to follow his whim. Ministry clarification. While this may well technically be true, this does not prevent Russia's greater size and economic strength to dictate Commonwealth policy. This has less to do with the Tsar's preference and more to do with the way in which the Commonwealth was founded. For that, we must begin with the events during the height of the European-Prussian Wars. Ministry clarification. The following material is largely accurate, although it is somewhat lurid and sensationalist. The Panzerkampf. On a bright spring morning in 1812, into the motherland the Prussian army marched. After a brutally swift drive across Polish-Lithuanian territories, there was little time to prepare a defense, and many units were hopelessly out of position when the juggernaut crashed through the western Russian border. For the Russian army, the War of 1812 was a horrific experience. Economically and politically isolated from Europe, and held by customs and conventions to old methods of autocratic government and traditional manufacturing and agricultural methods, Russia could not claim to be a modernized nation-state. The terrifying form of modern warfare unleashed upon them by the Reichswehr, massed armored formations, indiscriminate artillery bombardment, aerial attacks, and more left the Russian army and people demoralized and defeated. Nonetheless, Tsar Alexander managed to rally his troops, and with a few modernized factories working overtime, equipped them with the best equipment he could muster. As his forces prepared, Svatka traded land for time, luring the Prussian forces deeper into Russian territory whilst counting upon the winter to level the playing field. Eventually, at Borodino, the Prussian thrust was checked in a brutal armored clash that raged for several days. By the end of the battle, the scream of the invading forces had been shattered, and Russia had regained its fighting spirit. Yet the lessons of the war had become ingrained in the Russian government and its people. European powers were no longer actively courted as they had once been, nor were Western methods embraced as freely, especially once the Kaiser and his European foes signed their peace with honor. Russia realized it had few true friends in the West and many enemies. The age-long desire of the Russian Tsars to be considered European monarchs in the mold of their distant cousins faded. Instead, the country turned to its fate and to its own internal affairs, isolationist and isolated. Uprising. Yet not all were content with the Russia that stumbled from internal crisis to internal crisis after the uneasy truce signed 2 years later. Many Russian nobles dissented the dissolute turn into their Romanov rulers, whilst those who continued to closely monitor European affairs feared that their power and influence was going to diminish further as technology continued to rapidly modernize. Concerned for the safety of Russia, these nobles formed their own secret society dedicated to protecting the motherland. At first, the organization known as the Cult of Salvation had few friends outside their small circle, but gradually gathered more followers. Tsar Alexander's policies became more erratic and authoritarian. The cult eventually infiltrated several regiments of the Russian army and also attracted intellectuals and even members of the middle class as they realized the extent of the challenge they faced. The Cult of Salvation placed many of their hopes on Alexander's heir, Nicholas, but as meningitis claimed his life, it fell to his younger brother Constantine, who became Tsar in 1825. A premature revolt in December nearly destroyed the hopes of the revolutionaries, but luck ran with them. After a disastrous encounter in St. Petersburg, the newly renamed Decembrist organization fled underground, but continued to infiltrate the Russian military. The disastrous policies of Tsar Constantine made even more enemies amongst the shell-shocked Russian middle classes until they outnumbered the nobles who originally founded the organization. Killing ground. 18 months later, the Decembrists struck again, this time with the backing of a much larger portion of the military. The resultant uprising sparked a civil war. On the one side, the Romanovs, on the other, a loose alliance of the Decembrists and all who sought to end Tsar Constantine's rule. The Russian Civil War of 27 and 31 was a brutal and bloody affair that spiraled quickly out of control of either side. Tsar Constantine was a poor soldier, and the commanders of the Imperial Russian army soon lost interest in fulfilling their monarch's grand dreams, and instead launched their own competing campaigns against different areas of Russia. The Decembrists, meanwhile, did not have a structure in place to command an army. They were instead forced to rely upon the judgment of 100 junior officers and small units incapable of coming together with a grand strategy. The result was chaos. The countryside was ravaged with Russian peasants forced to give up their hard-won grain to first one side then the other or face brutalities. Cities, large and well protected by their own militias, refused to declare for either side unless truly threatened. Effectively, all of Russia was plunged into banditry and outlawism. Eventually, it was the Decembrists who managed to achieve victory, although not before they had placed inordinate authority on the shoulders of one man, Grand Duke Nikolai. At first simply an associate and fellow traveler rather than a convinced opponent of the Tsar, the Grand Duke was one of only a few Decembrist commanders to achieve victory in the battles of 1828 and 1829. Given complete command of all Decembrist forces in 1829, Nikolai forged them into the White Army, so named for the new white uniforms he issued, replacement for the Tsarist greens, to unite Decembrist forces. The Grand Duke fought a series of stunning campaigns that broke the back of the Tsarist army, notably a lightning invasion of Mongolia bringing down the Tsarist general Stuyev. Long live the king. Tsar Constantine was formally stripped of his office, not by the victorious Decembrist coalition, but by his own generals in the spring of 1830. Outraged by his poor handling of the war and continued extravagant expenditure and reactionary politics, the generals felt they had no choice but to force their presumed leader to abdicate. After centuries of uninterrupted authority and power, the Romanov family was finally deposed, and the former Tsar fled the country, not without a considerable fortune and sizable entourage. At first it appeared that the conflict would continue, waged now by two republican factions, but in the end, a compromise of sorts was reached, although not one that either faction was exactly happy with. To begin with, the former imperialists chose to offer the crown to Grand Duke Nikolai, a gesture which certainly appealed to the Duke's vanity, if not to his Decembrist allies. Ministerial note: the radical faction in particular was not best pleased. They had not torn down the Tsar merely to set up another. They have since become the Decembrist minority in the Commonwealth's political structure. In order to secure the support of the White Army, however, Grand Duke Nikolai was forced to concede to many of the demands of the Decembrists. Not only did he surrender much of the Tsar's former powers to a new State Duma, he also allowed the institution of a wide range of reforms on religious, political, and economic freedoms that swept away much of old Russia's traditional practices. Symbolically crowned on the 1st of December 1831, Tsar Nikolai ushered in a new age for the Russian state, governed by a new dynasty, the Ruriknovi. 42-1. I swear this one's filled with Sabaton references. At first, the Decembrist plan to modernize and expand Russian influence was predicted upon national strength and prestige, and Tsar Nikolai Ruriknovi was eager to oblige them. Whilst the new Duma worked to reform the government, he threw himself personally into modernizing the Russian military. Rather than rely upon the tired and tested method of mass conscription, Tsar Nikolai instead vowed that the new army would be built upon three principles: firepower, armor, and strength. No longer in his view was it necessary or beneficial to rely upon poorly trained levies. Instead, the Tsar envisioned a powerful, motivated force of volunteers or highly trained conscripts where necessary, equipped with simple but effective machines that would both protect their crews but also bring devastation down upon their foes. In effect, the Tsar was emulating the organizational and tactics that had served him well during the Civil War, and it came as no surprise that within a few short years, the Imperial Russian Army was formally and permanently renamed the White Army in honor of its Civil War predecessor. This new force was in its early stages of completion when a pretext arrived for the war that Tsar Nikolai secretly craved. A brief and inconsequential encounter in the Baltic between Polish-Lithuanian vessels and the latest White Navy ship provided the Tsar with all the excuses he needed. Exaggerating the seriousness of the encounter, the Tsar effectively tricked the Duma into declaring war on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Not only did intelligence officers loyal to the Tsar deliberately falsify evidence of Polish-Lithuanian intentions, but key political leaders similarly gave misleading statements to the media and the public that galvanized the Russian people into supporting a lightning campaign of conquest against their western neighbors. The Tsar's goal was clear, at least to himself and his inner cadre. Poland-Lithuania was to be brought to heel either as a full territory of Russia or else forced into a subservient position. Once achieved, Russia would once again hold a gateway to Central Europe and be recognized worldwide as a major power. Things did not go to plan. Winged Hussars. Yeah. Unfortunately, Zvatka underestimated the strength of their close neighbor. The new White Army was forced to rely upon mass conscription to make up the ranks during the short-lived offensive and fared poorly against the smaller but more professional Commonwealth armies. Still, the White Army ground on, forced to adopt the very tactics the Tsar despised in order to gain ground against their Polish foe. As the casualty count rose, discontent at home also swelled. The Duma, incensed by the poor handling of the war, began publicly investigating the affairs of the major White Army generals in a series of war conduct hearings. Eventually, the Decembrist majority in the Duma informed the Tsar that unless conflict ended quickly, another and more dangerous revolt at home would begin. Under orders from their liege to prosecute the war with haste, Zvatka revised its timetable and pushed the White Army even harder. Thousands of soldiers from dozens of regiments were hurled at the defenses around Warsaw in an effort to break Polish resistance on the Vistula. But the White Army generals had been deceived. The defenses of Warsaw were the anvil upon which the Russian offensive was to be broken, and to the north and south, flying columns of motorized hussars regiments were on the move, crossing the river under the cover of night. On a cold September morning, the 4th and 17th Army groups smashed into the flanks of the White Army. Surprise was total, and the Russian forces proved incredibly slow to react. Tactical cohesion was lost, and all strategic direction soon went with it as well. Veterans of the Russian Civil War acted according to their own preferences, disregarding the orders of their younger and recently graduated commanding officers. In several instances, the White Army units ended up engaging each other in friendly fire incidents that lasted for days. It became all too apparent that the White Army was not truly prepared for a conflict on such a scale, and Tsar Nikolai found himself bitterly humiliated by the experience. Ever since the Civil War, he had treasured his own reputation for military success and strategic brilliance, but he singularly failed to predict the outcome of the Polish-Lithuanian War. In the end, wiser heads prevailed, and both sides signed a peace treaty a few months after the Charge of the Angels. A few weeks later, a chastened Tsar Nikolai was forced to accept a motion of censure from his own Duma. He was officially stripped of active rank in the White Army, and many officials within the government were replaced by those loyal to the democratic government rather than the Tsar. Ministerial note: it is at this point that we believe Tsar Nikolai turned increasingly to the bottle. To hell and back. The subsequent few years were not kind on Russia. The motherland suffered frequent internal shocks as the Duma attempted to assert control in the absence of the harsher authoritarian Tsarist administrations of the past. Industrial protests, strikes, and radicalism seemed a constant threat, whilst within the White Army morale plummeted to its lowest ebb after the disastrous adventure in Poland. Even several victorious skirmishes along the Mongolian border in 1844 failed to rouse military pride, even as they stirred Tsar Nikolai from his ever more frequent vodka-induced stupors. In the end, it was events outside Russia that were to improve its circumstances. In 1848, radical revolutions swept around Europe, and whilst most were swiftly crushed, their appearance and violence shook the confidence of the established powers sufficiently for them to take drastic actions. While most nations sought to reassert control through repression, others instead turned to nearby countries to form new alliances. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was one such nation. The Commonwealth had recovered remarkably quick from the War of the Angels, named after the famous battle, and appeared to be one of the most powerful and stable nations within Eastern Europe in the subsequent decade. However, outward calm belied on inner turmoil. The Polish King Karol was approaching the end of his life, and whilst personally popular, his peacetime policies had disastrously weakened the Polish state at the expense of its major noble families. Most of the highest government offices were now almost hereditary positions, bringing their possessors great influence and wealth at the expense of their people and country alike. Public agitation against this state of affairs was muted but strong, and as the state approached bankruptcy, its armed forces began to lose their edge. Just to the west, of course, loomed the mighty and imposing Wolfgang fortresses of the Imperium, and now Polish patriots wished their nation to be absorbed into that industrialized state. The king passed away in late 1848, just in time for the first revolutions to erupt in parts of the Imperium. Radical voices within Poland arose in a clamor against their government. The Sejm that met to elect the new monarch faced few palatable choices. The available claimants were either knee-deep in accusations of corruptions and meddling, or else linked to one or either of the potentates within the Prussian Imperium. In desperation, a group of conservative nobles proposed to offer the crown to Tsar Nikolai Rurik Novi instead. Nikolai Rex. The offer stunned both public and government in Russia, but was quickly pursued by agents of the Duma. The Tsar himself, now in incredibly poor health thanks to the stress and shame of his position, was flattered by this apparent goodwill gesture by a foreign neighbor. In the event, however, Tsar Nikolai was but an outside observer in the negotiations that followed, but he did have an advocate working on his behalf. In order to ease the concerns of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility, the Duma of Russia nominated Crown Prince Vladimir as their emissary to the talks that commenced that year in Krakow. Vladimir was as unlike his father as possible. Where Nikolai was known for his brashness and arrogance, favoring strong drink and military company, Vladimir was a keen student, a polymath and polyglot, at ease discussing philosophy as economics and literature. The Crown Prince had spent his youth studying at the finest Russian and European centers of learning, assembling a brain trust of the finest minds to act as his advisors. His wife of Polish descent herself also accompanied him. The Crown Prince dazzled his Polish host, and in many eyes proved the viability of the personal union with Russia almost on his own. Ministry clarification. Strange to see a butcher and murderer lionized so, but it is true. One Polish noble said that if he could offer the crown to Vladimir, he would do so immediately. The Treaty of Krakow appeared to favor the Polish-Lithuanian side to an almost absurd degree. Polish liberty, that ancient traditional protection of the Commonwealth citizens, was guaranteed and extended to Russians as well, although they were now made conditional when performing some service to the state. The Russians adopted an equal partnership with the Commonwealth, with an elected council of both realms serving as an advisor board to their joint monarch. Several noble titles and offices were formalized, but more strikingly, the alliance was officially named the Russian-Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. On the 20th of August 1850, Tsar Nikolai Rurik Novi was crowned King of Poland-Lithuania, marking the official beginning of his new nation. Hail to the King, baby. The new enlarged Commonwealth enjoyed several years of comparative peace under the reign of its elderly and infirm Tsar, although for those living within it there were plenty of events of note. The decision of Crown Prince Vladimir to seek election to the Duma in 1852 was an exceptional case and marked the official entry of the heir to the throne into politics. The Commonwealth economy boomed, and new trade links were established as the two member states bound themselves together. Tsar Nikolai busied himself by throwing himself into the continued development of the White Army, whilst his son quietly built up influence and support in the halls of true power. In 1853, the Commonwealth began receiving petitions for full membership of the alliance as smaller states around its borders recognized the benefits of entering. Cossack states and smaller nations on the Russian and Polish-Lithuanian borders were recognized as dependent territories of the Commonwealth or minor states as full members. In the Balkans in particular, the Commonwealth had a great appeal for pan-Slavic political movements, although this led to increased tension with the Prussian Imperium and the Ottoman Sultanate, both of whom found the Commonwealth expansion alarming. Such actions, however, appealed to patriotic Russian citizens and politicians, especially the Decembrists who had brought about the revolution in the first place. Crown Prince Vladimir inspired or led many of these efforts, and in him the conservative wing of the Decembrists found their new leader. It was Vladimir as well who began sending out feelers to another major nation that might one day become a full partner in the Commonwealth: Mongolia. Before the mission could bear fruit, however, Crown Prince Vladimir was forced to leave politics for good. On the 1st of December 1855, after reigning for 24 years, Tsar Nikolai of the House of Rurik Novi, Supreme Monarch of all Russia and King of Poland-Lithuania, Grand Marshal of the White Army, Protector of the Balkans and Guarantor of the rights and liberties of the people, passed away on the anniversary of his coronation. Ministry clarification. Words fail me at this naivety. On the 24th of December, Vladimir Rurik Novi was crowned and formally proclaimed as the supreme monarch of all Russia and king in Poland-Lithuania, commander-in-chief of the Commonwealth, protector of the Balkans and guarantor of the rights and liberties of the people. Within a few months of his coronation, the new Tsar would formally rename his realm the Commonwealth, establish a new university and center of learning, unleash a treasure trove of new technologies on his realm to better the lives of his subjects and modernize his army, and add a new title to that list: Gurkhan of Mongolia, Masters of the World. The Mongolian ascension was 2/3 diplomacy, 1/3 calculation. For centuries, Mongolia had crouched envious on the border of the Celestian Empire, frequently attempting to despoil its wealthier, more cultured neighbor. Our immortal emperors and their servants always saw off such attacks, but the constant threat only grew worse as time passed. Forced to unite by the apparent threat our empire posed, the Mongolian Khans formally established a council, the Kurultai, to unify their nation and keep it in a war footing. When the Commonwealth proposed an unequal alliance in 1857, the opportunity to secure new allies and economic wealth appealed to the raspish and the greedy Mongolian lords. The Commonwealth formally welcomed Mongolia as the third party in the Commonwealth that same year. Ministry clarification: the dog covered in dung scolds the dog covered in dust. As it happens, though, we believe the Mongolians were also secretly offered advanced military technology around the same time. It was at this time that the Russian-Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth became more simply known as the Commonwealth, perhaps to show that each member nation was equal. Unfortunately for the Mongolian Khans, they discovered that some nations were more equal than others. The Mongolian advice and expertise fell on deaf ears when a few years later the Commonwealth's government entered into a secret agreement with the crown to attempt to invade our fair kingdom. Such details are of little concern to this history, so I will skip over these matters for wiser minds. Ministry clarification: if Guangzhou thinks he can just whitewash the recent war so easily, he's even more stupid than I originally thought. For those who need any reminder, the story is quite simple. The radicals in the Polish-Lithuanian portion of the Commonwealth prevailed upon their fellows to demand that the Tsar liberate the people of the Celestian Empire from the tyranny of the immortal emperors. Tsar Vladimir sensibly demurred, but he and his government were tempted by the apparent weakness of our kingdom. The fact that the British Crown was planning an expedition was just the icing on the cake as far as the Commonwealth was concerned. The Mongolian Khans made every effort so far as we know to dissuade their partners, but we believe the Commonwealth placed an excessive amount of faith in their newest technologies. The Commonwealth Intelligence Service, the Okhrana, had been obtaining technologies from the Covenant of the Enlightened, that global cabal of scientists that Vladimir himself had closely allied himself to as Crown Prince. And yet the Russians and the rest of the Commonwealth were disabused by their foolish notions at great cost, although Tsar Vladimir had learned enough from the disgrace of his father to know when to cut his losses. In the end, he suffered no great loss of prestige, as the expedition was painted as a limited operation in response to some diplomatic slight. Back in control. The Commonwealth has, for the last 20 years, been governed by the Commonwealth Chamber. Membership of this chamber is determined by election, a third elected by the people of Russia, a third by those of Polish-Lithuania, and a third by Mongolia. The chamber works alongside the Commonwealth Council, a smaller organization of appointees chosen proportionally by the Russian Duma, the Polish-Lithuanian Sejm, and the Mongolian Kurultai. Many members of the council are therefore respected elder statesmen and women, whereas the chamber is home to more boisterous members of the Commonwealth's political parties. Russia dominates the Commonwealth Council by virtue of its great size and population. Ministry clarification. See political parties in the Commonwealth report. The Decembrists are still the largest party, although they have since split between conservative support of the Tsar and the radicals. The Social Democrats are the second largest but have little appeal in Mongolia, whilst the Patriots are a misfit organization from various subordinate territories. I am surprised Kwang Jong noticed this. The Commonwealth Council and the Commonwealth Chamber are together referred to as the Commonwealth Government. Although in reality much business is decided by the Steering Committee, an informal group of senior ministers and officials elected by the Chamber and the Council to conduct business. The Steering Committee members are powerful political figures. Almost all of them are major figures in their political parties within the Commonwealth and its member states, and not a few have ties to the traditional aristocracy of their realm, as well as to more unsavory characters too. Commonwealth politics is a cutthroat business, almost as bad as that in the League of Italian States. However, the Commonwealth's policy of secret elections for all citizens who have performed some service to the Commonwealth ensures that its politicians usually act in the best interest of the people. The Steering Committee meets weekly with the Tsar, although he is not officially allowed to propose policy. Nonetheless, it is certain that the Decembrist majority, the Bolshintovs, or the Bolsheviks as they are called, are much more in tune with their former leader, and it is believed most of their policies have his firm support. The Tsar does not, however, make many political pronunciations without the approval of the Steering Committee, or at least the greater consensus of it. Light in the black. The Commonwealth maintains order throughout its massive territorial extent through a system of regional assemblies and divisions, often called oblasts, after the Russian word. Each oblast has its own steering committee appointed envoy who acts on behalf of the Tsar or the committee when needed. Each oblast will also have its own elected assembly, although its power will effectively be limited by the Commonwealth's larger institutions. These small assemblies really serve only to petition the central government for assistance or redress. More importantly, for the Commonwealth, each oblast acts as the recruiting center for the massive formations of the White Army and other Commonwealth service battalions. The Oblast Recruitment Authority, ORA, holds the most accurate census of all Commonwealth citizens within the Oblast, and it is the ORA which determines who has provided sufficient service to the state to be qualified to vote. Every year, each Oblast raises its own regiment of new service inductees. Most will serve for 3 years in the ranks of the White Army, although in coastal Oblast most will go to the White Navy. At the end of the 3 years, most citizens become reservists, but others commit to a career in the military and remain in service. Those unwilling to perform military duties are usually enrolled an extended 6 years in the CBS or the Commonwealth Service Battalions, building infrastructure projects or learning other technical skills, often medical in nature. Law and order is enforced by the Oblast police force, often raised and trained locally, although some regions require more in-depth training thanks to the complexity of the Commonwealth's law code. A ghost division. Ministers note, I have added this section myself as Guangzhou appears to be either stupid or willfully ignorant as to the measures the Commonwealth employs to ensure loyalty among such a massive population. The Commonwealth has, since its inception, had difficulty with dissident and revolutionary movements within its borders. Some are monarchists and nationalists, intent on restoring the good old days of Romanov rule and reinstating this or that pretender to the throne to this or that ancient and glorious kingdom that no longer exists. Others, more dangerous perhaps in the Commonwealth's democratic climate, are the revolutionary socialists or anarchists, or those who would seek to take their own nation out of the alliance entirely. These radicals are sometimes to be found operating openly, elected to the Oblast assemblies or even to the Commonwealth Chamber. The more dangerous ones operate underground, waging a campaign of sabotage and propaganda to provoke a revolutionary uprising that will usher in their promised utopia. To counteract these underground movements, the Commonwealth first relied upon the ordinary police and its ethic of service, but very quickly realized that to truly ensure the survival of the new state, they had to employ harsher methods. Special servants of the state required from the White Army, but also from police forces and administrative centers, were granted a special privilege. Exemption from punishment under the laws of the Commonwealth in return for binding oaths of absolute loyalty to the state. These accepted ones are called oprichniki, and the organization they serve, oprichnina. After ruthless and brutal training, the oprichniki return to their normal lives, hidden from the fellows and able to commit any act necessary to sustain the Commonwealth. Dissidents and revolutionaries have died under the hidden blades of the oprichnina, as have corrupt politicians, businessmen, and nobles. Also, to fuel the wrath of the organization are those who speak ill of the Commonwealth or who produce art or literature that does not extol the values of this great democracy, as well as those who evade or refuse to serve the state in one form or the other. Those the oprichniki do not simply kill are either branded or mutilated in some fashion or else dragged before a tribunal to be tried under the law of exceptionists. Only one verdict can possibly be given to those brought before such merciless judges, and once the guilty verdict has been duly reached, the sentence is carried out. The lucky ones are those sentenced to permanent service in a Commonwealth service battalion. The scream of the unlucky ones are often heard in the dead of night in the wilds beyond the boundaries of the Commonwealth cities. The oprichnina have recently begun operating more openly, especially after the disastrous result of the anglo-russian invasion of our homeland. Unlike the hidden ones who work in the shadow and under cover of night, those termed ghosts by the populace are all too visible. They walk the streets in groups of 3, uniformed and armed, but with hideous masks that obscure their face and leave only their eyes showing. The work of the ghost is similar to their compatriots, but more open. Their very presence meant as a deterrent to those who would undermine the beloved Commonwealth. It is believed that within the oprichnina, a silent war is being waged between those who see their duty as service to the steering committee and those who see it as loyalty to Tsar Vladimir. It is rumored that Princess Anastasia is somehow involved or has been trained by the oprichnina in some capacity. Certainly, the Tsar appears to have his own courtier of ghosts that accompany him on his trips. Time will tell exactly which way the oppressional organization will topple, but the balance between the Tsar and his elected government appears to be well in hand. The Wolf at Court. Black Wolf is the nickname of former Russian Commonwealth submariner and commander of the prototype Deathbringer submarine Volodymyr Nikonov. Though he usually operates under contract to the Commonwealth, he now runs a large and powerful mercenary outfit, funded in part by the Tsar himself. The Black Wolf Company have a reputation for daring assaults and sudden ambushes that make them a force to be feared the world over. Captain Nikonov had the reputation as a daring and unconventional officer even before joining the Commonwealth White Navy submarine development program in the early 1860s. He had honed his skill as a destroyer commander, running unofficial covert missions in the Black Sea against the Sultanate Navy as part of the Statka High Command's brief to assess the defenses of the Dardanelles. However, such skills also inflated Nikolov's substantial ego. Wary of build, dark-haired and charismatic, his subordinate nicknamed him Black Wolf for both his appearance and hunting prowess. He came to think of himself as more of a corsair than a naval officer, stylizing himself upon such piratical legends as Blackbeard Teach and Sir Francis Drake. Not surprisingly, he found regular naval conventions suffocating and dull, and was particularly aggravated by the Navy's perpetual subordinate position to the White Army. Nikonov was transferred to the submarine program with the promise of additional status. His reputation as a maverick went before him, and his superiors believed that submarine duty would make best use of his skills and keep him conveniently isolated. He was offered command of the powerful experimental submarine Deathbringer. It seemed the perfect promotion for Nikonov, and one he seized hungrily. Projekt Popeda, Victory Project, was one of the earliest examples of Tsar Vladimir's initiative to work with the enlightened overseers known as the Troika. The goal for the Commonwealth was to advance their military to a technological level with their neighbors on the global stage. For too long, the Tsar had lamented the sturdy but unsophisticated nature of his people's military might. Now, with projects like this, and the development of the atomic stasis cannon, the Commonwealth was poised to push back against the likes of the Imperium, Crown, and our own Empire. At first all seemed well. What the Black Sea Fleet Command did not know, however, was that Nikonov's resentment had already boiled over barely a year into his new commission. Rapidly tiring of his posting and seeing it as just more donkey work, Nikonov had become enamored with the fine living he saw the Russian nobility and his commanding officers enjoying. Any hopes that he might achieve this through marriage were bitterly dashed by the repeated humiliation he felt his isolation placed upon him. Nikonov saw the Deathbringer as a faster means to achieve what would rightfully have been his. This resentment was fostered amongst his crew, aided by his personal charisma and the close-knit bond that develops between all submariners. During the final live-armed sea trials of the Deathbringer in front of the Tsar himself, Nikonov led the submarine's crew in a massive mutiny, and they overwhelmed the Oprichnina agents and officers on the board, ejecting them bodily through Deathbringer's torpedo tubes. In this daring action, the Deathbringer easily eluded both sea and air patrols around the demonstration area, and Nikonov took the sub to the Enlightened Research and Development Facility in Kerchak, from where the Deathbringer was developed. Landing at night with a hand-picked shore party, he infiltrated the base, overpowered the constructors and Babushka Creations guarding it, and stole the master copies of Deathbringer's blueprint. His party then fired the magazines and fuel reserves, destroying the submarine dock and crippling Project Pobeda. In the carnage and confusion, the Black Wolf escaped with Deathbringer. White Navy Command sought him frantically, tracking him by the trail of destruction he left across the Black Sea. He pillaged and sank 6 Russian freights before entering the Bosphorus, where his pursuers lost track of him. A scourge to the Sultanate Navy in and around the Propontis region, Nikonov followed his dream of becoming a pirate. Operating as both corsair and mercenary, he became a scourge of the sea, hunted by many but never captured. For over a year, the tales of the Black Wolf became a regular source of gossip in the Tsar's court, particularly with Princess Anastasia, who seemed to delight in provoking her father by referring to the dashing Nikonov. Tsar Vladimir was a pragmatic man and with no hope of replicating the craft, and fearing that his navy would be dealt a humiliation yet again in trying to capture Nikonov. This errant commander needed to be returned to the Commonwealth embrace by some other means. To that end, the Tsar sent his eldest daughter, Anastasia, to meet with the legendary Black Wolf in the city of Novo-Arkhangelsk in Alaska. What happened during the meeting between two headstrong and ambitious individuals is not known, but by that Christmas the Black Wolf was engaged to Anastasia, and tales of his exploits continued as he blazed a path of devastation throughout the Commonwealth's enemies. Nikonov finally has a lifestyle and status that he believes befits him. He can see a future where he marries Anastasia and claims the Tsar's throne for himself. When not at court or in action, Nikonov operates out of covert Gigante Murmansk-class vessels near Novo-Arkhangelsk. From this fortified harbor ship, he not only has safety, but has established a planning room to help with the execution of even more daring raids for pleasure and profit. The Tsar's favorite story features the Black Wolf in a daring exploit to sink the Union battleship Hornet and Crown Carrier Wessex. This attack was all the more thrilling when Nikonov retells it, as the commanders of the two vessels were allegedly discussing a potential alliance, and that the Black Wolf had to infiltrate the heavily guarded Thames estuary in London in order to sink them. In between carrying out missions for his future father-in-law, Nikonov has the latitude given to his growing fleet of submarines and assault crafts to allow them to be deployed as mercenaries alongside many rival nations around the globe. Each battle adds not only to the coffers of the Black Wolf, but also his prestige at court, even when to observers such raids do little to further the Commonwealth. Ministerial note. Notably, the Commonwealth Intelligence Service were the ones who suggested to the Tsar that he permit his daughter to marry Nikonov. Whether this is to be a show of strength by the Tsar or a poisoned chalice from his enemies remains to be seen, as the Okhrana have principal loyalty to the Commonwealth even over that of its Tsar. The British Crown, a dominion upon which the sun never sets, the Pax Britannica, the crown inviolate. Such statements once shook palaces and humbled kings. Those days are now slowly slipping away like the memories of a half-remembered dream. The crown is no longer the preeminent industrial power, and its armies and navies no longer unchallenged in their dominions. Yet there shall always be strength in the men and women of Albion, and the crown has many loyal servants still. Rebels, traitors, foreign despots, tyrants and petty kings, the crown has faced many before, and shall do so again before the light fades. This world belongs rightfully to the crown, and let those who arrogantly say otherwise incur the wrath of the righteous. God save the Queen. General Feldmarshal. Please find below, as requested, the intelligence briefing compiled by Cadet Steiner at the Staff Academy in Berlin. While his writing lacks in strict discipline, he makes up for it with an eye for details and clear grasp of political realities. I have taken the liberty of leaving the comments of the examiner in place to and welcome your own assessment of the piece. It will be a great honor to have one of my students accepted for further intelligence training. Do not hesitate to contact me if you need any further details on the cadet. Sincerely, Oberst Fungal. A strategic and political analysis of the dominions of the British Crown, submitted for the intelligence exam at the Prussian Army Staff Academy by Cadet A. Steiner. The Sceptered Isle. Much like our French neighbors, the British Crown and the dominions it rules has a long and storied history stretching back nearly into antiquity. At first conquered by the Romans, then invaded by Vikings and Normans in the early Middle Ages, the British Isles were a crucible of war and struggle that necessitated strong centralized leadership. Examiner's note, fanciful and stylistic, hardly in keeping with the military essay. Since those dark ages onwards, the Kingdom of England developed a royal bureaucracy that was the envy of European monarchs in its rigidity and its organizational skill. Justice, wealth, and power flowed from the monarch directly through royal servants without the normal intermediaries of overmighty feudal subjects vying for power and status. Examiner's note, true, but where are you going with this? This habit of centralizing royal power soon extended into centralizing geographical power onto the British Isles. It was the Kingdom of England that waged war or settled the outer kingdoms of Wales, Scotland, and Ireland to form a united kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, and this centralizing mission has underpinned all of the Crown's policies since. Examiner's note, a fair point, well argued. Bloodstained pages of misery. That mission to impose order upon a disordered world has not been without setbacks and challenges, even as it delivered great success. The Crown's efforts to involve itself seriously in European affairs have, throughout history, chiefly been poorly managed affairs, although it can be said that the Crown always learns its lesson. For example, the royal domains claimed by the English in France since the time of William the Conqueror were never loyal enough to be incorporated into the realm permanently. Whilst monarchs made small attempts to recover them at various points in history, it is clear that this became a matter of prestige and policy rather than a genuine national objective. The Crown learned from the experience that lands not easily conformed to Anglo-Saxon norms were clearly not worth the effort of keeping, and it allowed the lands in France to be stripped away by resurgent French sentiments during the Middle Ages. The greatest historical mistake made by the Crown occurred during the reign of King Charles I. While attempting to continue the process of centralizing his own rule, Charles I made the mistake of placing his personal ambitions above the corporate ambitions of the Crown that he was born to bear. And foisting his own personal rule on his subjects, Charles precipitated the greatest crisis in the Crown's history by encouraging bloody rebellion against the very idea of the British monarchy. The ensuing civil war, and there were several, tore the kingdom apart and threatened to permanently end the Crown's reign. A republican regime led first by the parliament, then by radicals in the army, and finally under the personal control of one Oliver Cromwell, replaced the monarchy in Great Britain and executed King Charles I for treason against his own people. The royal family fled into exile, and the new protectorate placed the country under an unpopular tyranny, although the extent of the tyranny has since been exaggerated by historians. Examiner's note: keep your historical asides to yourself in the future. That the exiled monarchy did not simply wait for the protectorate to collapse is something of a mystery, but instead of biding his time, Prince Charles duly raised an army of his own whilst in exile and reinvaded his own realm to reclaim the throne. The subsequent War of Reconquest was worse than any of the preceding civil wars. Under the superb command of an ailing Oliver Cromwell, the Republican forces proved well able to hold their ground against the Royalists. Much of England was ravaged again as the tide of war rumbled back and forth across the kingdoms, and at sea the two sides fell upon one another in a furious contest. In the end, Cromwell's death in 1658, whilst in the field against Scottish Royalists at the Second Battle of Dunbar, was the turning point of the war. Indeed, as mentioned, it is likely his protectorate would have crumbled without him, even if he had died during peacetime. Examiner's note: an interesting hypothesis, not the place to expand it, of course. In the end, a further 3 years of bloody campaigning would finally place Prince Charles on the throne. The Restoration. Before his ascension to the throne, Charles II was known for his fondness for drink, for women, and for the finer things in life. Upon his ascension as King Charles the Restored, however, the terrible cost of reclaiming his inheritance and the shattered state of the kingdom itself blackened his mood. He has since been dubbed the morose monarch in popular opinion, but his sober governmental choices and the policies he established have set a pattern for crown history ever since. Charles II acknowledged the mistakes made by his father and vowed never to repeat them again, insisting upon a contract or agreement between the crown and his favored subjects that would ensure popular support for the monarchy. Only when the crown and the national interests were seen to be one and the same could the crown hope to survive in an uncertain world. Under his direction, the crown massively expanded its reach in day-to-day affairs in its domains, with royal officials becoming vital instruments in even the most benign of transactions and dealings. Nonetheless, a restricted but powerful legislative structure was put in place to ensure that royal power was always tempered by the consent of the people, at least in a controlled way. Indeed, some of Charles II's darker acts are those most meaningful for modern observers of the crown. Under his direction, a powerful royal navy was built up with the sole purpose of defending the home islands, but also to extend British power abroad. Colonies established in North America by exiles fleeing the civil wars and religious persecution swiftly found themselves brought back under British control. At sea, Charles's Royal Navy waged a brutal campaign against European powers in the Caribbean, often under the cover of piracy to guarantee British wealth. Examiner's note: this does not seem like a particular dark action. Perhaps you have omitted reference to the slave trade for fear of your audience sensibilities? Do not do so again. To provide accurate intelligence to the Imperium, you must supply all possible facts, no exception. At home, Charles became increasingly concerned about the defensibility of the towns and cities of his own realm. In 1666, a ruthless campaign of clearances and deliberate demolition was unleashed on London in order to restore the city to glory, to make it a fitting capital for a restored monarchy. With the support of the major aristocrats and the merchant houses of the land, Charles II rebuilt London into the brooding city it is today for the sole purpose of creating a modernized defensive capital to replace the medieval plan fought over during the civil wars. Worse still, and still argued by historians, it is presumed but not proved that Charles II played a hand in the mysterious death of his brother James in 1685. James would have succeeded to the throne upon his brother's death, but was considered dangerous for his religious beliefs. A Catholic in a Protestant country, religion played a major part in the civil wars, and political views colored by the exile in France and Spain during the Wars of Restoration. James's reign would have been a disaster, or at least so Charles II and his government came to believe, and he was quietly removed. Charles II clung on to life and died in 1689, aged 58, his last few years likely extended by his strict abstinence compared to the heavy days of his youth. He was succeeded, as agreed, by King William III, Prince of Orange and grandson of King Charles I, nephew to the morose monarch. Rule Britannia. From the experiences of the Middle Ages, the Civil Wars, and the Restoration, the British Crown learned three important lessons. 1. The realm needed to be culturally homogeneous, if not entirely universal, at least at the administrative level, that methods and assumptions of governance had to be the same. 2. The realm needed to identify its interests with the need of the crown, or else the crown would fall. 3. The realm needed to be well defended, or an outside threat would dismantle it swiftly without mercy. These three principles governed British Crown policy from then on, although no political entity has ever publicly named them as such. A simple analysis of the efforts of the British since the coronation of William III will prove, however, that these unspoken rules have governed its actions up to and including the present day. Examiner's note: a bold statement. Now provide evidence. Firstly, in Ireland, America, India, and Africa, the British established colonies with anglicized names and under the governorship of colonial officials from the British Isles. Where the natives spoke a different language, they were encouraged to speak English. Where native cultures and belief clashed with the established norms, those were eradicated or outlawed. In all cases, colonial officials were trained or hired from within established channels, from prestigious families or universities, individuals who can be trusted to place the good of the nation and the crown first. Secondly, wherever possible, the crown appointed in all of the places that outlined above sufficient numbers of local leaders and chieftains to positions of power and influence. Local affairs were subordinated to international ones where possible, or local leaders were given a stake in achieving the crown's goals sufficient to sway their loyalties away from their own people. Thirdly, throughout the history of these three colonial regions, the colonizing efforts of the crown have been backed up by the military might of the Royal Navy and the Royal Army, and more recently by the Royal Flying Corps. As you can see, whilst outwardly appearing haphazard and without a guiding intelligence, the British construction of an overseas empire followed a set pattern which confronted or suppressed local cultures and imported British norms backed by military power. It is curious that the greatest failures for the British came not from a truly foreign agency, but from the most familiar of sources. Examiner's note: well argued. This section is perhaps the best. Would have been better to start with this analysis? The American Revolt. Whilst historians still debate exactly what occurred, by my analysis the British failed to fully follow their policy completely in the 13 colonies of North America, a failure which led directly to the collapse of the American Empire and a humiliation which has overshadowed Crown policy ever since. At first, this was a simple miscalculation. French interests in North America grew far faster than expected, and when the Continental War spilled into North America, the cost of beating them back was considerable. That cost was passed on to the American colonists before the colonies themselves felt represented in the Crown's administrative and government circles. Perhaps it was because of the superficial similarities between the American colonists and their British subjects that convinced the Crown it could act more freely in dealings with America. Perhaps it was an error on the part of colonial administrators not to realize the danger they were in. Whatever the cause, the American Revolt erupted in 1776 and the war was to rage until 1783. Referred to in the Union of Federated American States as the American Revolution and celebrated every 4th of July. Amongst the domains of the Crown's dominions, the events of 1776 are referred to as the Great Rebellion. Much blood and treasure were spent attempting to crush the American rebels, and even today the suspicion and mistrust bred by the conflict remains strong. The experience of the Great Rebellion also hardened British attitudes to the rest of the world. The intervention of France during the war on the side of the rebels soured the Crown's relations with foreign powers of all kinds. The fear that other powers might intervene in its affairs at the cost of wealth, lives, and influence led to a fourth principle. 4. The realm shall not tolerate an equal. No power beyond the dominions of the British Crown may lay claim to power or wealth sufficient to challenge the might of the Crown. The Prussian Wars. The fourth principle has governed all of the Crown's actions since the loss of their American territories. British naval power was extended across the globe to strangle foreign trade and force subservience on other mercantile powers. All claims of creating a Pax Britannica on behalf of all nations was nothing but propaganda to cover blatant imperialist aggression. Under the influence of their newfound determination to brook no challenge, the British government paid far more attention than usual to the affairs of the European powers in the 19th century. The rise of Napoleon was of great concern to the crown, especially given the close links between revolutionary France and the former American colonies. This concern soon gave way to fears of Prussian dominance. With the entire continent of Europe transformed into a single-armed camp, the British Isles' safety could no longer be guaranteed, and the very heartland of the crown would be under permanent threat. Whilst I have been unable to confirm whether British fears of a Prussian invasion were well-founded, the threat was sufficiently real enough to provoke the crown into action. Examiners note, all files from the period remain sealed by Teutonic instruction. The British declaration of war in 1813 certainly took the early Imperium by surprise, concentrating as it was on the final defeat of the French Republic and the strategic disaster unfolding in the East. The flank march undertaken by the Duke of Wellington, who remains a national hero, that led to the Battle of Waterloo, is rightly studied still at their Sandhurst Academy and at our own War College in Berlin. Nonetheless, it is a perfect illustration of the British mindset. A short, limited campaign to achieve maximum strategic impact, destabilizing the foe and preventing them from achieving victory. Perfidious Albion. A sweeping overview of British policy since the Prussian Wars will reveal the same pattern repeating itself over again. A potential threat to the crown dominance is identified and the opportune moment taken to strike and destabilize the threat before it becomes too powerful to resist. Over the last 50 years or so, British military power has been brought to bear against almost every major power and many smaller ones to preserve its military preeminence. In India, rebellious provinces have been suppressed with the help of local allies, and then against those same local allies with the support of the pacified Indian provinces. In Africa, war has been waged against various tribes, destabilizing some and absorbing others, before then attacking their former allies. Local powers unable to secure the friendship of another European power frequently find themselves at the mercy of the crown gunboat diplomacy. In America, British military forces staged periodic spoiling attacks from Canadian soil early in the century, which then expanded into a naval blockade of both sides during the ensuing Civil War. There is good evidence to suggest that the Crown was instrumental in easing the passage of weapons of war and supplies to both sides during that conflict, thanks to their dominance of worldwide trade. In Asia, the sheer strength of the Celestian Empire has prevented the Crown from indulging in excessive display of military force, with the exception of, and aggressively patrolling its own trade routes. The recently failed intervention in Korea, working in partnership with the Russians, was clearly molded on similar military adventures around the globe, although the results have only hardened British attitudes towards that distant and mysterious power. All the more interesting is that only a decade ago both Britain and Russia were at war with each other in the Crimea, with the tacit support of the French. Truly, the British are not ones for making lasting friendships with anyone. Examiners note, divide and rule, the age-old adage of crown imperialism. Thank goodness for our more liberal approach, centralize, consolidate, and command. An isolated power. That brings us neatly to the present situation. British power has been without serious challenge for over 60 years, and the Crown's willingness to stand alone has given its people a golden century of dominance and superiority. But that superiority is beginning to slip, and even subjects in the home islands are beginning to see that the world has changed within their lifetimes. British power is no longer exercised so aggressively, nor can it dictate terms to foreign potentates with the same bravura attitude of before. The dominions have also become more independent, with their own governing structure and strategic concerns that are no longer openly subservient to the whims of Whitehall. Examiners note, could you expand on this point? Perhaps there is the possibility of splitting the dominions off from the Crown completely? With supremacy came complacency, and British military technology has lagged behind other powers even as the technological revolution brought on by the Covenant of the Enlightened has unruffled. Whilst domestic technology is as developed as anywhere else, much of the extensive military might of the Crown is based on older technologies. British naval vessels, while still sturdy and powerful, are labor-intensive affairs both in construction and operation. Tactics and military thinking have remained largely unchanged, especially in the upper echelons where aristocratic connections are sometimes valued more than military experience. Examiner's note: not a problem unique to the British, unfortunately. British leaders are unwilling to truly concede that maintaining the Pax Britannica in this new world has become next to impossible. At the current rate of industrial and military growth, the Union of Federated American States will outstrip the British economy by the 1890s. Our own industrial output is already at 87% that of the British. Within a scant decade, even the Latin Alliance will be able to claim that its navy is at a ratio of 1-3 with the Royal Navy, the Crown cares so much about. Examiner's note: these statistics are out of date and require citation. Please revise before final submission. Land of Hope and Glory. The reality is that after decades of playing one enemy against the other, the Crown cannot afford to provoke the general war that would be required to maintain its position. Nonetheless, the British dominions remain a formidable foe, one backed into a corner and prepared to fight to the last to preserve its gains. This explains the present political situation in the British dominions. The current Prime Minister, Benjamin Disraeli, is the leader of a faction in the House of Commons known colloquially as the Knights. The Knights are believers in the power and glory of the Crown's dominions and are willing to risk much in defending it. They are fundamentally opposed in principle to most major reforms of the dominions and are, especially amongst reactionaries, unwilling to consider it has any flaws. For our purpose, the maintenance of the Knight government would be most beneficial in terms of policy. Unfortunately, the Knights have several secret weapons that make them dangerous enemies. Firstly, the vast majority of British public support the Knights have and have done for many years. That blind assumption of superiority, now innate to the subjects of the Crown, ensures that the Knights' policies play well in the occasional elections throughout the dominions. It also means that the Knights can mobilize mass support when needed, potentially overcoming the manpower-intensive problems inherent to the Crown's military. Secondly, the Knights' own assumptions of superiority means they are more willing to provoke an early confrontation with a foreign enemy. Assured of their own preparedness to defeat an enemy, the Knights may well end up impetuously charging into a war they have little hope of winning. And yet in doing so, they may also prove themselves right. By confronting its enemies now, the Crown may yet buy itself some time to achieve victory before its foes have become too technologically, industrially, or militarily advanced. Examiner's note: interesting point. Encouraging the Knights too much may lead to a confrontation with the Crown that we are not yet ready for. Even now, there are officers in the Imperial Prussian Navy who consider open confrontation with the Royal Navy a poor strategy for much the same reason. In short, the Knights may end up creating the circumstances for the very reforms they love to despise. By uniting the British public behind their Britannic glory rhetoric, they will tap into the greatest resource the Crown has: its people. Stubborn and yet ingenious under pressure, those same people will be galvanized by the Knights' patriotism to innovate, improve, and develop. In the end, the Knights' own conservative instincts may actually unleash forces they cannot truly control. Fortress Britannia. The Knights' preeminence at the moment rests on their mass support, but if they suffer another misadventure like Korea, Disraeli's government is unlikely to survive for much longer. Much like their masters, the British voter is a stubborn and mercurial beast, quick to change his or her opinion and often likely to vote against the motion merely because they felt their support had been taken for granted. Enter William Gladstone, leader of the Rooks. Unlike their opponents, the Rooks believe that the Crown would be best served by a period of withdrawal and consolidation rather than ineffectual defiance and bluster. Only by harnessing the forces of new technology and the varied cultures and peoples of the Crown's dominions can it hope to survive in this new and modern age. This philosophy makes the Rooks dangerous in the long term, as given free rein over British government would see root and branch reform that would cut out a lot of the dead wood throughout both the administration and the military of the Crown and lead to a dangerous revitalization of its capability in the long term. Of course, such things can be overstated, but the danger presented by Gladstone reformist zeal is all too clear. As a case in point, the last Rook administration reformed wholesale the Crown's military according to the Three Armadas Review, which centralized and then standardized the Royal Navy, the Royal Flying Corps, and Army into 3 different fleets. The rank structure was made uniform across the 3 services and clear lines of seniority established. The practice of buying and selling commissions was abolished above a certain grade, and military recruitment was open to individuals throughout the Crown's territories. The Dominion reform was even more alarming. The colonial administrations of Canada, South Africa, and India were all reorganized as legitimate semi-autonomous authorities with their own independent administration and militaries, albeit under a certain element of central direction. Only a foolish attempt to expand the reforms to fractious Ireland brought Gladstone projects to a screeching halt. Luckily, the British public at the moment considered Gladstone and his colleagues as naysayers and doommongers, more interested in talking the Crown and her dominions down than in truly attempting to fix its problem. As previously stated, however, this could change if the Knights are unable to deliver on the fiction of Crown superiority indefinitely. Examiner's note: an excellent summary of the dangers the Rooks pose in the long term. However, even in opposition, they could prove damaging. The British government has in the past shown unwillingness to adjust a course on the fly, poaching popular policies from other quarters if necessary. How flexible are the Knights in these patriotic instances that nothing should change? Templars of the Crown. The Rooks will need to be watched carefully, especially if they achieve power in the near future. Another aberration, however, deserves our total attention. An institution dedicated solely to the service of the Crown, the Templars are something of an oddity worldwide. Officially, they are the Royal Templars of the Round Table, established or re-established by King George III after the loss of the American colonies. They claim, truthfully or not, it is impossible to tell, to be the modern incarnation of a much older institution. Where that is indeed the Round Table of Arthurian romance or something else is unclear. Certainly, its members are officially knighted by the reigning monarch, and its symbolism is replete with esoteric meaning. It is unclear what, if any, relation they have with the Knight Templars of medieval Europe, although the similarities are there. Unlike the Teutonic Knights, however, the Templars make no effort to directly rule their people, and instead seem to be dedicated quite selflessly to the preservation and reform of the Crown to make it stronger. Examiner's note: are you suggesting that the Teutonic Knights are not selflessly dedicated to the preservation and reform of the Imperium? I have to be honest, these Examiner's notes, I don't really like them. I barely liked them in the other ones, and now they're just getting on my nerves. And back to the reading. The Templars sponsor political groups affiliated with both the Knights and the Rooks, fund technological research councils, and academic committees. So-called think tanks associated with the Templars have been behind many of the greatest reforms and innovations in British life in the past century, yet the Templars themselves take little of the credit and merely move on to the next problem. The Templars have established chapters throughout the Crown and have recently been identified as sponsoring movements throughout the Dominions, including some organizations that campaign for greater autonomy for these former colonies. Exactly how encouraging such radical ideas defends the Crown is unclear, yet there is one theory advanced by Professor Hefford in Vienna. Examiner's note: a crank. None of his papers achieve sufficient peer-reviewed scores to be published. Surely you do not truly agree with him. Well, good to know the Imperium suffers from the same academic decadence that we do in the real world. Nice. Herosford posits that the Templars take a far longer term of view of the strategic situation than most. Their ultimate goal is to safeguard the Crown, not preserve the British dominions in its current form. In truth, their strategy may involve killing the Crown in order to save it. Nonetheless, the Templars remain a silent but committed presence in British daily life. Many charities working with the poor and invalid within the Crown cities rely on donations sourced from the Templar funds, if indirectly channeled via other religious institutions or secular concerns. It should be noted that the Templars also commit military forces to battle as well. These units were once more likely to be support-based than frontline combatants, often medical support units or rear echelon troops working to serve the rank and file of the British land fleet. Recently, more dedicated combat troops have appeared bearing the blazon of the Order of St. John, believed to come from the Templar fortress on Malta. Such units are often fast and deadly, using speed and shield technology to defend themselves and shelter other crown forces. It is believed that some amongst the Templars are forecasting a violent confrontation in the near future, one which will require their own knights to participate in. Examiner's note. Your survey of the Templar is interesting, but I fail to see exactly how important this is to our overall understanding of the Crown's strategic identity. The Templars are a minor concern, and in the event of war, Malta will surely fall to the Teutonic Knights as planned. In conclusion, the British Crown and her dominions are a study in contradictions. All at once, it is both strong and weak, advancing and retreating, globally powerful, yet also unable to dictate terms. This tension at the heart of the crown becomes more pronounced with every passing year as its foes grow stronger and more emboldened, and as its leaders become more aware that their old certainties and prejudices no longer apply. Yet at the same time, the tension provides a great reserve of strength, like galvanic energy stored in a battery or a tank of RJ-1027, whilst a carefully pinprick might cause the contents to leak out in a dull fizz or with a limp gurgle. It may also trigger an explosive reaction that would consume those foolish enough to get close. This leaves us with difficult choices to make. The British Crown and her dominions are like a wounded lion, pitiable in its agony, and yet still possessed of great and terrible strength. Do we provoke it, walking into the proverbial lion's den as Daniel did in old? Will it lie down and accept the end or savage us with all the ferocity of a master predator? Or do we stay at a distance and let its strength ebb away and risk allowing in time to heal and return stronger than ever? Examiner's note. Far too heavy on the metaphors. Nonetheless, a good way of summarizing your appraisal, even if it's too florid for my taste. Final examiner's remarks. Oh no. A strong essay that summarizes and identifies the main themes in Crown history well. You draw some excellent strategic and political commentary out of the historical details and provide a good overview of the modern political realities as well. Dwelling on the Templars is unnecessary. They are a romanticized curio, not a genuine institution, whatever the similarities to the Teutonic Knights are. Your description of secret weapons of the Knights and your final summary, metaphors aside, are standout pieces of analysis. The Crown is both ready to fall and yet also still a terrifying foe we cannot be certain of beating yet. Moderate score, 77. My dear Orbest, thank you for directing this young man to my attention. Regrettably, he will no longer be attending your classes in the future. Rest assured, however, that his brilliant mind will be of service to the Imperium in a different capacity. Neil Obstedt, General Feldmarsch Strock, Knight Commander of Luminary Right. There were once those who claimed that the kingdoms and empires of the Orient are but pale shadows of the dominant powers of the West, ripe for plunder and exploitation. Such foolish thoughts are only voiced by the arrogant and the ignorant, for the strength and mastery of the Empire has now been openly displayed in victorious battle. The immortal Celestian Emperors have reigned supreme for nearly 1,000 years, steeped in history, tradition, wisdom, and strength. To think that such young nations might challenge the glorious Empire? United and determined, the realms of the Celestian Emperors are prosperous, advanced, and ready for battle. We claim 10,000 years of harmony with our immortal Emperor. Compiled by Augur Matthias Constantin, enlightened historical archivist. The Celestial Empire is not so much a single entity, but rather an enduring partnership of some of the most powerful nations in the Eastern Hemisphere. Established by the famous Jade Pact of the late 14th century, the Empire includes the 7 realms of the immortal Celestian Emperors, the Chinese Domain, the Empire of Japan, the Joseon Kingdom of Korea, the Ayutthaya Kingdom of Thailand, Siam in Western parlance, the Toungo Dynasty of Burma, the Empire of Dai Viet, then the Confederacy of Madjas. These 7 states remain distinctly separated countries, although are bound by incredibly rich cultural and commercial ties which have been carefully nurtured over centuries of isolationist cooperation. Recently forced to reappraise their approach to the world after the ill-fated anglo-russian expedition into Korea, the empire is considered a preeminent power by most dispassionate of observers. Legacy of the Great Khan. Centuries ago, the Mongolian tribe ceased generations of infighting to unite under the charismatic leadership of Genghis Khan. This immensely vast army then swarmed across the Gobi Desert to plunder and raid the rich agricultural lands of China. These raids soon became wars of conquest, and eventually the Mongols established extensive dominions over not only Asia, but westerly towards the Middle East along the Silk Road trade route. The Mongols established their own dynasty, one which ruled much of Asia under the regal name of Yuan. But their power was not to last forever, and ultimately the Yuan dynasty collapsed in the face of popular revolt and military force. One amongst the coalition that campaigned against the Yuan was the popular and dynamic General Ming, who upon victory would be crowned emperor of a new dynasty. Yet this newly established emperor had no intention of perpetuating the cycle of imperial power that had afflicted China for so long. He desired instead to institute a permanent dynasty, one that would outlast all that had gone before and shepherd the people firmly and justly. His righteous ambition and honorable purpose were lauded by sage and noble alike, although few believed his dream could ever be realized. It was then that a secret meeting changed everything in the region forever. Tianshan. A group of monks led by a grizzled abbot arrived in Ming's capital one cold morning, unmarked and unnoticed. The story of their visit is known to only a few. How they penetrated the emperor's private apartments without alerting anyone remains a mystery to this day. In the young emperor's presence, the abbot introduced the monks as members of the secretive Tianshan sect, those who guarded an enlightenment they claimed was far more tangible than that offered by Confucian and Buddhist scholars. With them, the monks had brought an artifact discovered many thousands of years ago by the founders of their order. While the monks called it the gift of the heaven, it was late to be identified by the empire's scholars as one of several such shards of the hex, an ancient extraterrestrial entity. This celestial gift, as it was known, had come to rest in Asia thousands of years ago, whereupon it had been discovered and guarded by the Tianshan, shielded from detection by other shards by a cage of pure jade. The celestial gift had amplified the knowledge and the spiritual awareness of the monks. These blessings they now sought to impart to the new Chinese ruler, that his dream of a more perfect dynasty could be realized. Emperor Ming accepted the tutelage of the monks and the power that they offered without hesitation, and for many months remained closeted with them in the halls of his palace, permitting no entrance but to his closest relatives. After this period of enforced seclusion, Ming embarked upon an ambitious plan, with the Tianshan at his side. The Jade Pact. First to receive the emissaries of the new emperor was the Kingdom of Korea, once a tributary state of the Chinese domain. The Korean ruler, Sun Li, was greeted by Ming as an equal, not a vassal, and the two finally met after a year of negotiation at their mutual border. At this meeting, Sun Li was introduced to the artifact by Tianshan and was quickly convinced of the benefits of Ming's plan and the knowledge on offer. These two rulers placed the first signatures upon the document that would become known as the Jade Pact, pledging assistance and mutual support to one another in the face of foreign dangers and internal problems. Ming's diplomatic endeavors did not end there. Traveling swiftly, his agents contacted the rulers of Vietnam, the Khmer Empire, Thailand, and Burma. Each one was offered a chance to join the Jade Pact as equals, participants in a new order that abandoned vassalage for a more common partnership. The most difficult was to pursue the Emperor Shinzua of Japan, who was only finally convinced by the phenomenal powers of the celestial gift. Once imbued with a portion of the artifact's power, the 7 rulers of these kingdoms were able to communicate through the Celestian dream. In a meditative state, their connection to the celestial gift permitted a form of telepathic communication across vast distances. Nobody fully understood the process, and yet the dream was all the more beneficial for its side effects. Archivist note, not this again. It is recognized that no lie can be spoken within the aura of the artifact, which suffuses the celestial dream, and deception is all but impossible, unable to dissemble or deceive. Emperor Ming and his allies could expect their proposals to be accepted at face value. The final member of the Jade Pact was coaxed into membership over many years, shepherded by other powers to become a unified nation that benefited greatly from the partnership. The islands to the south of China had long played host to many different realms, each with cultural ties to different mainland cultures. With guidance and support, the 7 other powers built up and supported a single power until it could unite the islands under one rule. The extension of the Confederacy of Madja-As brought the total number of Jade Pact signatories to 8. The Immortal Celestian Emperors. The 8 individuals who signed the Jade Pact each knew that to ensure the longevity of their united nations, they also had to ensure wise and consistent leadership. Relying upon the vagaries of chance and biological succession had historically been a disaster. Nor could the people at large be relied upon to make decisions in the best interest of the nation at every opportunity. From this realization was born the plan to extend their own reigns indefinitely, spreading their own policies into the distant future. Under the guidance of the Tiangshan, each of the 8 rulers began cultivating their own bloodlines, ensuring the birth of many offsprings who could be trained and relied upon to further the goals of each house in perpetuity. Some of those raised within these exceedingly close families would serve as minor functionaries or close confidants of the rulers, while others would be implicitly trained from birth to mirror the thoughts, aspirations, gestures, and identities of their progenitors. When the time comes for a ruler to be replaced due to an old age or some other inability to fulfill their duties, the rite of celestial renewal occurs. In each realm, the rite is attended with its own special ceremonies. The old emperor enters a special chamber and is sealed in with great ceremony. Then, with similar pomp and circumstance, upon some auspicious sign, out strides the monarch once more, renewed with the same personality, thoughts, and memories of his predecessor. To be of the blood in these kingdoms is now a sign of great favor and great responsibility. Each generation of the blood must carry on the wishes, aspirations, and hopes of the previous, all the time deceiving their people as to the true nature of the system that guides them. Such a life involves sacrifice and honest dealings with lower functionaries as well as in their personal and private lives. Genetic purity must be maintained within the lines, requiring matches with close relatives, and freedom of thought and action are often curtailed by the harsh training and teachings that come with the role. All are aware of the stakes should this system fail in even just one of the nations of the empire. Without a central guiding figure, such a nation would become prey to internal and external tensions and pressures that might derail the peaceful march towards a prosperous and self-reliant future. That said, the original rulers of the Jade Pact were willing to pay the price even as they had no sure knowledge of how well this deception would work. Thus far, it has done so with but one catastrophic failure. Archivist note: of course, human nature being what it is, there have been instances of the rules of purity being broken. Young people will often act with their hearts rather than their heads. It is rumored that the royal bloodlines likely extended beyond the walls of their various palaces, but as of yet no stranger has come to the gates demanding access to their birthright. The Dark Age of Khmer. In the 16th century, the Khmer Emperor Jayavarman was reaching the respectable age of 57 when it was discovered that his designated heir suffered from a rare genetic condition brought on by the circumstances of his birth and parentage. The rest of the Khmer bloodline were either female and therefore ineligible to succeed their father or grandfather, or else too young or too distantly related to maintain the deception of his ever-recurring renewal. Discussion within the dream became more frantic as Javaraman aged, but as the eldest at the time, it was to him that the deciding vote always fell. No course of action received his endorsement, even as all the emperors discussed the situation repeatedly. Archivist note: some now suggest or maintain that Javaraman himself may also have been unwell, thus explaining this uncharacteristic display of poor leadership from a caste trained since birth to rule their dominions. As Javaraman fell into a coma, it was natural that his followers would carry him to the temple and undergo the renewal. When this failed, despite a last-ditch attempt to delay the ritual by the agents of the Celestian Emperors, there was a great consternation throughout the empire. A clever propaganda campaign attributed his death to the spirit of Jaivaraman having unfinished business in the heavens and being unready to return. The body of Jaivaraman remained in the temple, an honor guard in place until the longed-for day when Jaivaraman renews. This, however, did not quell to the unrest in Khmer state brought on by the shock of their immortal ruler's apparent abandonment of his people. Within a decade, civil war had broken out, one exaggerated by the sudden arrival of Western explorers who used the breakdown in central authority to gain a foothold in the empire for the first time. It was Empress Shinzua who enacted a necessary but brutal policy to stabilize the region. The last remaining dregs of Jayavarman's corrupted bloodline were extinguished entirely, falling in secret to the blades and poisons of the assassins of the shinobi. The territory was then seized by forces of Burma, Vietnam, and Thailand. The Westerners were expelled by the oncoming military forces and the bloat upon the Jade Pact extinguished. Nonetheless, the events of that time cast a shadow across the empire's history. It is now common policy to train at least 3 or 4 worthy successors and to keep many of them hidden from the public view or dispatched to far-flung corners of the domain to protect against assassins or tragic accident. The priests and functionaries who oversee the bloodlines, many of whom are of the blood themselves, have also doubled their watch against corruption and taint within the family lines upon which the empire's government relies. Governing an empire. To speak of a uniform government within the empire is a misnomer, for no overall structure exists. Rather, a network of treaty obligations, unwritten agreements, and competing committees enforce a partnership between these 7 different states, each with its own governmental structure, law, and customs. To examine all these in great details in a single volume would be the work of a lifetime, but there are notable commonalities. Each nation is a monarchy, although in practice the degree to which the monarch wields power individually over their dominion varies considerably. In China, for example, the emperor and his court are the originators of policy, and it is they who formulate the decrees enacted by the imperial ministries. By contrast, in Japan, the Empress Shinzua works with an elected government to a certain extent, allowing the people to influence domestic policy, all the while calmly directing and manipulating events to support her own goals. All the empire's realms have extensive formalized bureaucracies, with entrance and rank based on study and professional examination. The most effective of these is to be found in the Joseon Korea, where a state council oversees the 6 ministries with various separate departments: the Office of Inspector General, Office of Censors, and Office of Special Advisors, ensuring efficiency and rooting out corruption. Many individuals from the imperial bloodlines will serve with these ministries in positions of great power and influence, while others will take seemingly minor roles to monitor and gather information. Likewise, each government maintains its own secretive societies dedicated to eliminating dissent and spreading propaganda and misinformation throughout their realm in order to support the government and keep their citizens quiescent. Such organizations are not above eliminating opponents of the regime, either publicly or in secret as the situation demands. Perhaps the most famous of these are the Japanese shinobi clans, who are long favored of the empress and known to operate worldwide. None of these ministries and institutions, however, are the true powers within the empire's government. The honor, of course, belongs to the Celestian Dream that allows the 7 emperors to coordinate policy and enact it across a massive realm instantaneously. Even with the modern marvels of technology produced by the enlightened and others, the advantage the Celestian Dream gives the Empire cannot be understated. The Forum. The Celestian Dream is a constant state of metaphysical contact between the Celestian Emperors, and it takes long practice and study to become used to filtering between listening to the conversations that take place within it and the day-to-day interactions required of a ruler. As such, it is only occasionally that all the Celestian Emperors will be present for a long discussion, in a semi-formal occasion known as the Forum. During forum gatherings, all the emperors and their designated heirs, those who have reached the stages where they can join the dream, must be present unless called away on urgent business, and even then it is expected that one or both will be fully immersed in the dream even as the others deal with whatever urgent situation has called them away. Of necessity, the presence of an heir awaiting in the wings to take up the mantle once an emperor dies is considered of paramount importance to the forum, and the progress of each bloodline is frequently discussed in such gatherings. It is during these sessions that the last true hierarchy of the empire is laid bare. Since the time of the Jade Pact, each monarch has wielded power over a specific area of expertise that has, over the generations, become something of a national specialization. Since that time, these specializations have altered considerably, as some have waxed with the new technology, others have waned or fallen out of favor with the Forum as it plans and prepares for the future. Emperor Ming, the Jade Mountain, Speaker for Works. Empress Shinzua, the Blazing Sun, Speaker for the Fleets. King Sun Li, the Cloud Dragon, Speaker for the Hunters. Empress Do Ting Nuet, the Veiled Moon, Speaker for the Manufacturers. Emperor Anuman, the Crowned Garuda, Speaker for the Armies. Queen Yadana, the Golden Lion, Speaker for the Scholars. Datu Kalyantiao, the Serpent of the Sea, Speaker for the Traders. Archivist note: the only area of responsibility that remains unfulfilled is that of the Speaker for Agriculture. With the absence of the Emperor Jaivaraman, there is no singular speaker and the responsibilities are divided between Emperor Ming and Datu Kalantiwa at present. Each area of responsibility also explains the specialization present in the economies of the 7 member nations. The Chinese domain boosts extensive fortifications along the Mongolian and Russian borders and produces excellent architects and labor force that can be found working on massive projects throughout the empire. Meanwhile, the Empire of Japan is dotted with naval yards and slipways to service the merchant and military fleets of all the states. Some areas of responsibility, once considered minor, have now become positively vital in the new modern age. Sun Li, once speaker for merely the hunting and control of livestock, has since added modern aerial equipment to his portfolio, meaning that all of the Empire's air forces bear the stylized Cloud Dragon upon their fuselage. Meanwhile, the scholars and manufacturers in Burma and Vietnam are the lifeblood of the Empire's economy. Most influential for the last few centuries, however, has been the speaker for the traders, the Datu of the Confederacy of Majas. For more than 300 years, the Celestian Empire has closed its borders to the outside world. The one exception to that edict is the Datu's island nation of Panay. Here, the Celestian Emperors have permitted the development of specific ports for foreign trades to deliver barbarian goods to the shores of the empire. These trading ports have become bustling hives of activity, and it is through several such restricted ports that the Empire's only supply of potent RG-1027 is imported. During forum gatherings, the 7 celestial emperors and their heirs defer to each other based on age rather than any material order of precedence. The oldest reigning monarch takes a lead in discussion as first speaker, the others proceed in like fashion. The first speaker holds several privileges, including determining which business shall be discussed, as well as casting the deciding vote on issues should there be a lack of consensus. In more recent times, the Forum has also chosen a second speaker to deputize for the first, but also to act as something of a loyal opposition within the Celestial Dream. Ever since Emperor Jaivaraman's period in office, none of the Celestial Emperors wish for the Forum to become paralyzed by the weakness of its leader. The first speaker at present, Empress Doti Nguyen, is a formidable woman of advanced years, and it is her acid wit and sharp tongue that keep the others in some semblance of order. It is a matter of some disquiet to some that when Empress Nguyen is renewed, the first speakership shall be devolved to Emperor Ming, whose bellicose personality and aggression has thus far been tempered by the wise old Vietnamese ruler. Foreign Affairs. The empire was closed to foreigners within a century of the formation of the Jade Pact. Whilst initially travelers from abroad were welcome into the realms of the Celestian Emperors, as long as they followed local laws and customs and respected traditions of their host countries, this was found to bring too many problems. Some foreigners, it transpired, were more interested in the illicit trade of banned substances than in good business, while others engaged in the smuggling of arms and equipment to rebel groups that threatened the peace and stability of the empire. A number sought to abuse their position and exploit the labor of Asia for their own profit. Better to ban all than to allow just one of these unscrupulous characters to disturb the peace. More troubling, at least for the Celestian Emperors, if not their subject, was the presence of individuals displaying a disturbing aura. This aura was visible only to those connected to the dream. These creatures appear as a slick of foul oil upon the placid and clean waters of the telepathic network, tainting the pure energy of the artifact with something dark and horrific. Such beings were removed at once whenever they were found, even in the highest ranks of foreign dignitaries. Such trespasses have since become vanishingly rare, especially after the last incursion was dealt with summarily by watchful shinobi agents. Whatever foul intelligence guides such creatures has surely learned that to enter the borders of the Empire is to invite death. Only one region within the Empire has permitted free access to foreigners for any length of time, and even then only to a specific area under close watch. These are the merchant ports, the cities and harbors in the Confederation of Majas, where the wealth of a continent is bartered, bought, sold, traded, and invested by the merchants of 100 nations and more. Only trading houses with the wealth to pay the necessary fees and who possess the patience to navigate the paperwork can hope to hold down a presence here. But the riches to be made at this single opening in the Empire's curtain walls makes it worth every penny. The servants of the Datu are thereafter considered as something approaching diplomatic experts within the Empire. It is their expertise which has periodically ensured that necessary resources, particularly RJ-1027, of which the Empire has no indigenous resource, continues to flow into their wider economy. They have tense but close relationship with 100 merchant companies, in particularly the Crown and their East Indian Company. Archivist note: the merchant ports are hives of intrigue, even as they are patrolled by the harsh and vigilant members of the Citizens' Watch. Not a month goes by without some alarming incident or brutal murder connected to the societies that function there. The Bear and the Cloud Dragon. Recent events had led to a shift in the Celestian Emperor's thinking. Despite the protestations of the Commonwealth's Mongolian subjects, the Tsar entered into a secret agreement with the British Crown to seize the tempting target of the Hermit Kingdom, the domain of the Cloud Dragon Joseon Korea. The anglo-russian invasion initially met with success, but was then brutally repulsed by the combined might of the Empire's united military. This was the first such action from the Empire in the Dystopian Age, and the other major global powers took note that the Empire's long-held stance on isolationism appeared to be at an end. This campaign, whilst vindicating the planning and approach of the Imperial armies, also made the Emperors reprise their foreign policy. If isolation still invites attack in this modern age, they rationalized in a more open but more guarded approach might achieve the same objective. The finest negotiators from the Confederacy are now inviting their trading contacts to consider opening offices and warehouses in new merchant ports, one for each of the coastal powers of the Empire. This has the advantage of providing several other opportunities for trade, but also exposing more foreigners to the true might and wealth of the Celestian Emperors. Another point must be mentioned: the relationship between the scientists and the scholars of the Empire within the worldwide organization known as the Covenant of the Enlightened. There are those Burmese, Koreans, Japanese, Chinese, and Vietnamese scientists and scholars who are members of the Covenant. Free to travel beyond the borders of the Empire to learn and study from their enlightened peers, they are forbidden from returning with any assistants or counterparts from outside the Empire. These Empire-born enlightened maintain Promethean complexes of their own throughout the realms, in particular in Vietnam and Burma. They are, however, not closely involved with any of the wider organizations and groups or major projects pursued by some of the enlightened, instead applying what they know in service of the Jade Pact first. Archivist note: I must convey my thanks to several colleagues who shall remain nameless for these complexes who helped compile this history. The Forces of the Empire. The Imperial Armed Forces, IAF, is the most unified of all the branches of the Empire. From the time the Jade Pact was formed, each element of the military has been under the control of a single immortal emperor, the Speaker, whose court and bloodline act as the central administration for that branch even as they work across national boundaries. Each has its own national contingents and HQ branch, but supreme authority is ultimately vested in the strategic councils of their chosen Speaker. The army, the largest entity numerically speaking, within the IAF and one of the largest globally, is under the command of the Thailand's Emperor Anuman. Whilst not the biggest contributor in manpower terms, Thailand boasts the most well-equipped and well-trained forces within the Imperial Army, and, as such, Thai troops function as the Empire's equivalent of elite guard regiments. The rest of the army is predominantly Chinese, raised from the burgeoning populations of Emperor Ming's extensive dominions. Specialist divisions are recruited specifically from other nations, such as the Koreans' famed artillery corps and the Japanese naval assault troops. Senior officers from all nations must meet the exacting standards expected of Thai troops, and many serve rotations with Thai formations before returning to their own units. The Imperial Navy, meanwhile, is the brainchild of Emperor Shinzua, who as Speaker of the Fleets quickly moved to control all aspects of nautical warfare in addition to her originally more prosaic areas of responsibility. The Empire is considered a global naval power, especially after their victories at Tsushima and Myeongnyang during the anglo-russian expedition into Korea. All of the coastal nations of the Empire design, build, and crew their own warships, but all ultimately serve the blazing sun. Imperial warships are a source of great pride within the Empire, and the chance to now use them more visibly with the borders opened has been welcomed by the nobles and commoners alike. That said, there is an element of friendly competition amongst the Celestial Emperors about their own nation's naval designs, with many considering their own warships far superior to their comrades. Further tests in battle are unlikely to settle these disputes. The Imperial Air Hunters are the preserve of King Sun Li, the Cloud Dragon. Originally Speaker for the Hunters, referring to literal hunters as well as cattle, farmers, and more, Sun Li has achieved unprecedented influence within the forum, since also claiming all air technology as his responsibility. As such, the Imperial Air Hunters are under Korea's command. Once again, these are formed of the many different national air forces, but all bear the sigil of the Cloud Dragon. Much to the chagrin of Emperor Shinzua, the forum decreed that the Cloud Dragon is also responsible for all aerial units and support elements wherever they operate. As such, all aircraft carriers and their support elements are officially part of the Imperial Air Hunters and not the Imperial Navy. This has become something of a bone of contention between these formerly close friends, especially as Sun Li has begun commissioning combat vessels as aerial battle group support units. Life in the Empire. For peasant and commoner, life in all of the nations of the Empire is similar. While the Japanese peasant is less at risk of being forcibly conscripted, either for military service or mass labor, than his compatriots, all share a similarly harsh life of toil and obedience to their masters. To these toiling masses, their emperors and kings are semi-divine figures, worthy of veneration or outright worship. Statues of their earthly rulers sit alongside sages, philosophers, and folk gods throughout the provinces, and receive offerings and sacrifices to sustain them and to court their blessings upon villages and farmlands. Within the new smoking cities of the industrialized portions of the empire, new technologies are creating new wealth for those who seek it and have the patience and wit to survive in competition with their neighbors and the new contracts abroad. Those who seek the patronage of the enlightened walk a very fine line indeed, even as they strengthen their home nation with the fruits of their new learning. Those who serve in the ruling classes in the empire venerate their leaders to an extreme degree. Whilst as happy to engage in plots and intrigues against one another as any ruling class, few among them question the suitability of the blood to take the highest office. The Confucian ethics of service are constantly at play among those scions of the great families, and it is duty and honor that often calls the best and brightest to maintain the governments and forces of the empire. As with any great nation, there are revolutionaries and resistance movements within the empire. Some of these are religious or political in nature, seeking a human utopia beyond the barricades of revolution. Others are reactionary, seeking to return to a lost golden age. Most who associate with such groups find themselves either ignored or else quickly punished in an efficient manner that varies in brutality and duration. Such punishments are often meted out publicly by the Jade Hand, an organization serving the Celestian Emperors the length and breadth of the empire. Some of its agents are themselves of the blood, and as an institution, it is related, albeit distantly, to the monks of the Tiangshan, whose intervention made all of this possible. The Covenant of the Enlightened. The architects of the dystopian age, the Covenant of the Enlightened, wield their formidable intellect to sweep aside those who stand in the way of science and progress. These masters of technology covet knowledge above all things and believe that it's only they who can steer humanity on a path to enlightenment. Whether with monstrous fusions of man and machine or with their terrifying and wondrous war engines, the Covenant of the Enlightened take every opportunity to demonstrate their technological supremacy. The discoveries that were intended to herald a new era for humanity are instead used to punish those who would misuse them. Only when the Covenant are lauded as the rightful leaders of the earth, this new dystopian age, can the world be brought into a new dawn of achievement and prosperity. Assessment by Service Agent Kingston, for the director's eyes only. Director Lincoln: it is human nature for like-minded individuals to seek each other out, to form deep and lasting bonds, and to establish communities and societies in a world that often seems bent on keeping each person isolated and alone. As you may already be aware, one of the oldest such societies in Europe is La Société des Amis du Nouvel Éclaircissement, founded in Vienna in the early 16th century. The Amis, as they called themselves, were scientists, philosophers, and free thinkers who enjoyed an active, lively correspondence, sharing their desires, dreams, and scientific exploits through written letters and occasional symposia. Ahead of their time. Generally, to be invited into the Amis, a man or woman must have proven themselves through extraordinary accomplishments with extensive peer-reviewed research or intellectual treatises. As such, most members were relatively advanced in years and rather set in their ways. By the early 19th century, most of humanity's greatest minds were clandestine members. The influence of the Amis was felt throughout the world, although of course most people have never heard of them. Records showed that in 1845, the scientist-explorer Barnabas Drain Sturgeon, a member of the Amis, had acquired extraterrestrial artifacts from the crater at Bimini. Agents note, for more details on Bimini, please refer to my report last week on the Caribbean meteor strike. Sturgeon shared some of that extraterrestrial material with his associates, Ebhard Bunsen and Gustav Kirchhoff, who had recently set up a facility at the University of Königsberg. At Sturgeon's encouragement, the pair studied the artifacts for almost a year before unlocking the principles of atomic energy. The potential of this breakthrough was clear to Sturgeon and the other members of the Amis. Agents note, regrettably, the service was not established at this point in history, for if it had been, I am certain that we would have monitored the activities of the Amis more closely. It is likely the enemy agents from the Alliance, Commonwealth, and Imperium had intercepted vastly more of the Amis correspondence than our own limited network managed to. Tipped off by their spies, the Imperium had Bunsen and Kirchhoff arrested and claimed the material for their Teutonic Knight luminaries to study. This acquisition triggered a series of similar seizures all over the world by agents from the other governments. The Amis were plunged into crisis. Their apolitical nature was under threat, but a solution would present itself from an unexpected source: the expedition south. In the midst of this intellectual upheaval, Barnabas Sturgeon was planning another extraordinary expedition. This time his destination was Antarctica, the vast icebound wilderness at the foot of the world. Theirs was to be a genuine voyage of discovery rather than conquest. The expedition was intended to prove a theory shared by Sturgeon and few other radical scientific minds that the wastes of Antarctica were not empty and desolate. Instead, they concealed treasures of incalculable value. Sturgeon had kept back a particularly curious artifact previously recorded at the Bimini crater, a compass pointing south instead of north. After further tests, along with his closest, the Greek physicist Leonidas Vassiliou, Sturgeon formed the belief that not only was the device pointing to a particular location in the south, but that it was indicating something beneath the surface of Antarctica itself. Following the arrest of Bunsen and Kirchhoff, Sturgeon accelerated his plans, pulling together the resources needed to mount his expedition south. Despite great adversity, he still managed to secure patronage from certain valuable parties, notably Crown Prince Vladimir of the Commonwealth. It was Vladimir who introduced Sturgeon to a scientific polymath of extraordinary talent, Helsinki Markov. At first, he was a priceless asset to Sturgeon's cause, but later he was to become a figure of infamy. A changing environment. The expedition made landfall in Antarctica in 1849, after a long journey fraught with difficulties. However, to the surprise of everyone, not least Sturgeon and his friends, they soon made what appeared to be a finding of great import. A series of reconnaissance flights were undertaken by Miranda Wells and her trustily modified Doncaster, the Eye of Reason. Her patrols inland revealed an extraordinary sight located deep inside the desolate Antarctican interior. A wide, chasm-like trench many miles long and almost a mile wide was revealed. Shimmering, gnarled spires of impossibly polished metal and vast, glowing masses of blue-green crystalline rock spread out like a starfish across the ice. The landscape around the site was different from what had been originally expected. Though most of the landscape was, as anticipated, frozen tundra, there were valleys and mountains that held starkly different climates, flora and fauna. Though Sturgeon had paid handsomely for the service of Maximilian Schneider and his mercenaries to protect the expedition, it remained a journey of great hardship to navigate to this incredible sight over land. Along the way, Sturgeon noticed subtle changes to the landscape. These changes were imperceptible at first, but the surrounding valleys of the chasm leading all the way back to their base camp were in a state of comparatively rapid climate change. The permafrost and snow had melted away for the most part, forming lakes or billowing clouds of vapor. Strange megaflora were seen sprouting from these freshly revealed landscapes. Though there were the occasional attacks of large beasts and birds to contend with, the expedition most frequently saw ever more exotic and otherworldly jungle plants and vegetation. Losing more than half of the original expedition along the way, it took over a year to finally reach the trench. When they arrived, what they found was more astonishing than the initial reconnaissance had suggested. Buried amongst the eerie crystalline agglomeration and twisted metal spires sunken into the earth and rock was a strange doorway. Beyond it lay what would truly become a discovery of earth-shaking proportions: the mysterious Antarctic vault. The vault. Once they stepped through the doorway, Sturgeon, Vasilioiu, and their retinue vanished beneath the Antarctic landscape for several days. A series of earth tremors heralded their return, and they were changed profoundly by what they had seen. Agents note, despite several high-ranking members of the Enlightened defecting to the Union, we still have no clear picture of what lies within the vault. I would concur with General Grant's assertion that a military campaign to Antarctica is the most expeditious means of obtaining the secrets of the vault for the Union. More excited and animated than he had ever been, Sturgeon was still as shrewd as he was brilliant. He had observed what had happened to fellow members of the Amis, who revealed their achievement to a greedy world without safeguarding them, so took steps to ensure the vault was not stolen from him. In secret, Sturgeon sent his closest allies instructions to gather resources and materials so that they might expand and fortify their camp around the vault. The facility was dubbed Wells Chasm, after the daring aviator who had braved the howling gales above the Antarctic to be the first to spot the crystal and spires. Sturgeon, Marco, Vasilioiu, and the others would embark upon several further journeys into the vault. Inside the inhuman megastructure, virtually everything they found was beyond their ability to comprehend. The excursions were not without their own inherent dangers, as small parties could and would become lost in the vault's labyrinthine corridors and alien architecture. Most painfully for Sturgeon, his closest and most intimate friend, Leonidas, became lost in the vault, never to be seen again. Putting aside his grief, Sturgeon gleaned enough from the artifacts they recovered to set new paths of scientific discovery. Markov estimated that it would take several lifetimes to fully explore and catalog the contents of the vault. At the center of these efforts was the strange superconductive mineral surrounding the vault, and which extended in great vines outwards from it, codified as element 270 and later named Sturgeonium. In honor of Sturgeon himself, the properties of this material would ultimately allow for accelerated exploration of existing fields of scientific undertaking. The mineral would be harvested and shipments sent from Wells Chasm to the original landing site on the Antarctic coast. This harbor camp was itself expanded into a second base of operations for the expedition. Sturgeon named the new harbor facility Leonidas Spire in honor of his late friend. A gift from the stars. By their seventh journey into the vaults, Sturgeon and Markov had enough research gathered to theorize that the vault was the core of some massive alien object which had crashed on Earth centuries ago. There were records from the time that spoke of a ball of fire in the sky and a great earth tremor. Expanding on this hypothesis and reviewing the trajectory from the impact site in Antarctica, Markov noticed an unusual number of meteorite strikes recorded along the flight path. This suggested that the object had begun to break up before it landed. This then pointed to the possibility that any parts of the alien structure's mass that had fallen along the way could also contain element 270. The nature of the impact, erratic trajectory, and calculated size of the object implied a controlled crash guided by some intelligence or pilot. This suggested the object was some kind of colossal ship, perhaps akin to an ocean liner to the stars, themselves only much larger, perhaps a kilometer or more in diameter. If such a craft had impacted with its full force, it would likely have devastated the planet. While it was agreed that the discoveries in the vault were the birthright of humanity, such a wealth of knowledge needed to remain in the hands of few. This custodianship was vital until the explorers had amassed sufficient allies to ensure that no one nation or interest group could pervert this profound discovery for their own petty agenda. The Amis was nothing more than a correspondence group, and with how helpless they had been to save Bunsen and Kirchhoff, something more was needed to safeguard the vault and the new age of science it would unleash. Leaving Markov and several others behind to continue the work, Sturgeon returned to Europe to create the organization he needed. A covenant is agreed. 1852 saw a conclave of the Amis held in the Palazzo del Boremo on Lake Maggiore, Italy. This literal meeting of minds had one purpose: to secure a future for the great undertaking they had agreed on for the betterment of humanity. Freshly returned from his Antarctic expedition, Sturgeon called for a new beginning for the group. No longer would they be a loose collection of correspondents, but instead Sturgeon declared that a more structured and independent movement was needed. This covenant of the enlightened, as he termed it, would be free from political or patriotic pressures from the nations of the world and would be founded as a theocratic oligarchy. The discoveries of the enlightened, such as those he had seen in the vault of Antarctica, would be ostensibly for the betterment of humanity, but only when wider humanity could prove itself worthy of these discoveries. Until such time, the Covenant would become custodians of the vault and of the new age of scientific enlightenment that it would herald. Other brilliant minds of the age stepped forward to join with Sturgeon, including the War Master Maximilian Schneider, President Louis Napoleon Bonaparte of the French Republic, the boyar magnate Oleg Tatamovich, the communication specialist Machlon Loomis, the alternate energy prodigies Nikolai Tesla and Augusta Byron, and the engineering authors Hermann Hauput and Gustav Eiffel. This was also the first time that the polymath Burson Carpathian found notice amongst this group as peer and signatory on the Covenant Charter. The conclave became the first symposium of the enlightened, and it was agreed that each peer of the enlightened would have an equal status within the Covenant. There were conditions to being granted a place in this new technocracy. To become a lord or lady of the enlightened, an individual must have their scientific merits recognized by the Covenant. Beyond that, a prospective peer must offer land or some significant holding or power base to serve as the location for their own secure place of learning. Sturgeon offered Well Chasm as a model for the ultimate form of such a facility, what he called the Promethean Complex. Though many peers could not afford to build such a facility, they were content for now to ally themselves with half a dozen lords and ladies who could. Over time, and with the right opportunities taken, each peer would go on to found their own Promethean complex, and by this method, the enlightened began to develop a decentralized structure and a web of strongholds across the globe, essential if their independence was to be assured. The dawn of a new age. Returning to Wells Chasm with many of the newly dubbed enlightened, Sturgeon was gratified to see that in his years of absence, Markov had developed Wells Chasm and fortified it with new technologies to ensure that their position on the continent was relatively secure. It was regrettable that the new Eden that surrounded the Promethean complex was already beginning to be despoiled by the industry required for the progress of humanity. A burden of the Covenant was the knowledge that for their destiny to be fulfilled, the world must be forever changed. What use are verdant flora and wondrous fauna if not harnessed for the enlightenment of mankind? Markov, driven by a mixture of exploratory fever and in part by the need to prove the value of their discoveries, had pressed on doggedly and codified the huge amount of the knowledge they found in their exploration of the vault. He firmly believed that time was ripe for the fruits of these labors to be shared with the nations of the earth for the betterment of humanity. For several months, there was a heated discussion amongst the enlightened as to the correct path. Thanks to Lord Lyon Playfair's cipher, the peers were able to discuss the matters in secret over their Loomis telegraphs. Markov's urging for the sharing of the vault's secrets was mirrored by Carpathian, Eiffel, Tesla, and the engineering genius Isambard Kingdom Brunel. There was a strong voice of caution, however, from Countess Byron and Lady Drakenberg. They countered that the nations of the world were not yet ready for such power. For years, the Countess had attended the court salons and assemblies of power in Europe and knew how fickle and self-interested governments could be. Drakenberg was aware of a shadowy network moving within similar corridors of power to her own agents who appeared to have loyalty beyond any single nation. The true nature of this dark council she had yet to fathom, but her instincts warned that it did not bode well. Agents note, while our own research on the Dark Council is undoubtedly more comprehensive than the material gleaned by Drakenberg and her spies, there is surely no harm in sourcing a copy of her notes to cross-reference with our own. Our friend, Mr. Modern, may be able to assist us in this matter." Despite these warnings, the Enlightened agreed at a second symposium to dispatch envoys to the major scientific institutions around the world and share without bias their research, confident that as long as no single nation was given preferential treatment or privileged access, they would be secure. Even the Guardis Celestian Empire were receptive to the offer of mutual advancement. In the first few years, this balance and equality stimulated the greatest surge of innovation and invention since the beginning of the Industrial Age. Regular and equal shipments of Elemento 270 were delivered to each nation's principal scientific institution in exchange for a copy of the research documentation and prototypes of whatever applications they made with the mineral. The voltaic arc technology that the Imperium had been exploring for years was given a huge boost when Tesla introduced terginium-infused superconductor coils into the design. After seeing what Element 270 could do for their metallurgical research, the Sultanate sent Princess Scheherazade to study at Wells Chasm so that they might embrace this new age of technology fully. Brunel's transportation rotorcraft became a reality for the British Crown as a unique alloy of sterginium and copper created a revolutionary material combining lightweight and incredible strength. The Commonwealth continued to explore sonic applications, now using sterginium-reinforced resonators for breaking apart ice floes, while the French Republic finally made a breakthrough in their attempts to miniaturize their thermal projectors so that the so-called heat lances could be mounted on excavating machines to enable the construction of a vast network of tunnels beneath France and her allies. The Celestian Empire made great strides in the fields of magnetic levitation, and atomic energy through nuclear power eluded them as it continued to confound the Enlightened themselves. Their hubris, of course, meant that the Enlightened retained most of the gathered Element 270 for their own work. It was they who produced the most bleeding-edge application, as the half-dozen newly founded Promethean complexes around the world began work on a series of extraordinary regenerators, each only made possible by the sterginium crystals at their core acting as superconductors. Despite the protestations of Makarov and Carpathian, the Enlightened saw caution in keeping the secrets of these most potent devices away from individual nations. For these were devices that could project therming shielding screens of energy to defeat projectiles, kinetic enhancers to augment engine efficiency, and machines that could influence local weather patterns. Most incredible of all were bizarre temporal and distance distorters, engines of near super real complexity that could cause localized warps in time or teleport men and material enormous distance in mere moments. The Enlightened arrogantly presumed that no nation should have these marvels, as the applications for warfare were all too obvious and terrifying to them. Agents note, amongst all this ingenuity, no one seemed to notice when Burson Carpathian combined it with Molly Boldakox to create a casket suitable for his own grand scheme to come to fruition. This most unassuming of applications would set in motion events that would change the world far more profoundly than any generator would. Rule of the Custodians. For a while, the Enlightened basked in the glory of their accomplishments, the wave of new technology for which they earned the plaudits they had desired for so long spread out across the world. Sturgeon dared to believe that what he termed the Dystopian Age would herald a new era of peace for all. Across the globe, the development of rudimentary mechanical servants known as automata grew rapidly, from the machines carrying out instructions on simple punch cards to millions of complex instructions being engraved on silver discs so that these mechanical beings could ape more complex reasoning. The eagerness with which other nations absorbed the Enlightened discoveries and the innovations accelerated by Element 270 was matched only by their drive to take these incalculably precious gifts and turn them to warlike ends. Technology designed for weather control, disaster relief, and agricultural resilience became the basis for whole industries of war. The discovery of new metal alloys and chemicals went into the construction of battleships and hulking land ships, cannons, and bombs. The benefits of the Vault revealed once again the true nature of humankind. Each nation was desperate for an advantage over the others and frustrated that their own developments would be shared impartially by the Enlightened. As the nations demanded more, the Enlightened felt compelled to impose rations on Element 270 shipments and demand greater oversight as to its application. Agents note, predictably, the Enlightened would use any pretext to exert undue influence and control over the other global powers. It is a testament to our belief in the Union's manifest destiny that we did not capitulate to such demands. Finally, in 1876, Sturgeon called for the Third Symposium of the Enlightened to propose a solution to the destabilizing nature Element 270 was having on the world. The arguments became heated and splinter factions began to form. Sturgeon used all of his influence and patronage to finally carry the motion on the day. The Enlightened would become true custodians of the knowledge from the vault, which was now unleashed elsewhere in the world. All the secrets and technologies would be developed exclusively by the Enlightened and withheld from the world at large until they had proven themselves capable of their responsibility for the greater power it contained. There would, doubtless, be some anger and even some military repercussions from the other nations, but as the Enlightened had contained those most terrible of technologies, including the generators for their own arsenal, it would be a brief conflict. The Rebellion of Markov. While Sturgeon was away, Markov had built a political power base as a cover for his true activities. His followers, including Princess Scheherazade of the Sultanate and Burson Carpathian of Romania, believed this custodian ideology was caused through fear and jealousy, in contravention of the goals of the more egalitarian principles of the Enlightened. On this proclamation from the symposium, the authority of the custodians was challenged by a coup instigated by Helsinki Markov. Secretly an agent of the Commonwealth, Markov utilized his allies to set in motion an armed insurrection at Wells Chasm and Leonidas Spire, and fled in the ensuing chaos, taking with him greater generator technology and a large shipment of Element 270 to his patron, Tsar Vladimir. Fighting broke out between the custodians and the egalitarians, resulting in chaos through Promethean complexes around the world. Princess Scheherazade and others took many of the prized secrets of the Covenant back to their homelands. Thanks to Markov's treachery, the world now had access to the most potent weapons and technology the greatest minds on the planet could envisage. The world was set on a path that must surely lead to self-annihilation. Even the powers of the generators were twisted. Weather control devices intended to green the world's deserts were instead used to invoke tempests that devastated towns and villages. Terrifying force projectors were created with the power to make both metals and more horrifying flesh run like wax. Internal minor conflicts continued to flare up around the world, now enlivened by a desire for rivals' powers, technological and scientific secrets, as well as whatever territory and resource it had to offer. For all the scintillating knowledge bestowed by the supposed Sturgeonian Age, basic human nature with its greed and pride, hubris, desire for power, and dominance remained unchanged. But the efforts of the Enlightened could not prevent human ingenuity developing even more dangerous devices from the knowledge they had already unleashed. Pandora's box was well and truly open, and for the Enlightened, even worse was soon to come. Although the revolt quickly subsided when its participants realized the truth, it had already served its purpose for the traitor Markov. In the wake of the revolt and its consequences, the Enlightened left were shaken and shell-shocked. They had believed themselves in their new domain above the petty concerns of nationalistic fervor and factionalism. That conceit, that prideful self-assurance, now lay in ruins. The Schism. By 1857, although the Enlightened had managed to conceal news of the internal crisis from the rest of the world, Markov's treachery ensured that the Covenant was split into two distinct factions. Custodians believed that the advanced technology should be guarded and hidden from the world until humanity reached the maturity to use it, while the egalitarians believed that every man and woman had the right to self-determinism, and that it was the obligation of the Enlightened to work with those nations to bring about a new age. The Enlightened's most ardent scientific patron, President Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, had recently founded the Latin Alliance, a bold coalition of France, Spain, and Italy. This emergent power promised to be a safe haven for the scientists and researchers, just as the French Republic had been these past 5 years. As a signatory of the Covenant Charter, Bonaparte was obligated to establish a Promethean complex, which he did with the renovation and expansion of Mont Saint-Michel. It was while meeting at Mont Saint-Michel that Juliana Drakenberg discovered that many of the secrets stolen by Markov had made their way onto the black market. Louis Napoleon had purchased as many of these designs outright as he could to keep them out of the hands of rival world powers. As a continued show of good faith with the Covenant, the Latin Alliance shared everything they had acquired and kept out the public domain. Agents note, though as all such technologies had been stolen from the Covenant to begin with, there was little material gain for the Enlightened by this gesture. I'm sure Louis Napoleon was not aware of this fact. In light of the destruction unleashed in the world and the origins of Markov's treachery, the Custodians easily amused complete dominance over the shell-shocked Covenant. The most influential peers ensured that those few egalitarians who remained were consigned to the fridges of the organization, effectively exiling them from the Enlightened. Though they were entitled to attend future symposia, any secrets from the vault were denied to them. The hope that was denied the further inventions these ostracized members would wither on the vine. Indeed, they most likely would have, being subsumed into their own national interest over time. Everything would have gone according to the Custodians' plans had it not been for the actions of one enlightened peer and a sturgeonium-lined casket. The Hex Seed. Desperately searching for a discovery that might save the life of his ailing wife, Veronica, Burson Carpathian had come into contact with the mysterious Dark Council, individuals who had become bonded with an ancient alien entity known as the Hex. Agents note, what follows contains a significant degree of supposition based on anecdotal accounts. When supported by what the service had witnessed in the field, I cannot help but feel that we are close to the truth of the matter even with a lack of hard evidence. The Hex itself existed in a geode-like seed that was hidden away from the prying eyes of the uninitiated. Carpathian discovered the location and nature of the Hex Seed, and, most interestingly of all, to him, that the base of this alien geode was a huge subterranean reservoir of crimson fluid. The fluid was referred to as the essence of the Hex, but other than helping fuel arcane powers or being ingested to cause physical mutation or transformation, the potential of the fluid was largely untapped. The viscous, crimson liquid was provided to him in small doses and seemed to invigorate his mind when a single drop is imbibed. Tantalized by the invigorating properties of the essence, Carpathian thought that it might hold the secret to returning his wife to health. With the aid of his allies in the Enlightened, Carpathian managed to steal the seed. The Dark Council had agents throughout Europe, and Carpathian reasoned that it would not be long before he was identified as the architect of the theft. Nowhere in Europe would be safe for the experimentation he intended, but two of the Enlightened here in the Union of Federated States had offered him sanctuary. Gustav Eiffel and the brilliant geologist Pretrena Gage had been forced into exile thanks to their support of Makrov's insurrection. They had secured the town of Payson in the Arizona territory as an ideal home for Carpathian and his work. Crossing the Atlantic on the steamer Lady B, Carpathian, his wife Veronica, and their allies were aware that their prospective foster nation was racked with tensions as the northern and southern states vied for control of the vast resources of the continent. They hoped to arrive unnoticed. They could not have been more wrong. Agents note, here we must again make an educated guess based on the available facts. As you know, the very existence of the Dark Council is difficult to verify, let alone to what extent, if any, it has influence here in Washington, D.C. What follows in regard to General Grant is taken from information supplied in confidence by our friend Garrett Modern. Though his candor is appreciated, I feel it unlikely to be welcomed by General Grant should you share any of the following with him. The Dark Council undoubtedly would have found itself severely weakened by Carpathian's actions. Clearly, it was still more than capable of exerting its influence and exacting revenge. Carpathian had been marked for death. Using what resources and connections it had, the Dark Council manipulated Odysseus Grant, who was at this time a promising army captain, now reputed to have fallen to drink and paranoia. Fueled by rumors of fresh European threat to the security of the Union, Grant was set on a course to destroy Carpathian and his newly arrived enlightened entourage. Taking the travelers completely by surprise, Grant's bombardment killed most of the enlightened landing party, and Carpathian was smashed like a ragdoll against the seed-carrying casket he had risked so much to bring to these shores. Twisted and broken as consciousness left him, Carpathian saw his wife Veronica dead at his side, her body pierced by a single bullet that had gone unnoticed in the cacophony of battle. A new beginning. Carpathian awoke days later atop the casket containing the Hex Seed. He had been carried many miles away from the carnage, but he barely heard or cared. His wife was dead, and he was delirious with pain. With consciousness came the realization that both his arms and legs were shattered, and he sensed the onset of infection. Death would surely claim him before long. The Enlightened made their careful way to Payson, where others of the Covenant were waiting for them. The eccentric Dr. Francis Tumblety immediately took charge of the barely alive Carpathian and began to work on him. As he recovered, Carpathian put aside the pain and despair of his wife's death and focused instead on the future. If Veronica could not be healed, then perhaps she could be resurrected? That's an idea. He would need to make war against death itself to achieve this vision. Ifo and another peer in exile, Emily Roebling, had foreseen the renovation and fortifications of Payson. The town had become a Promethean complex built on the example of Wells Chasm. Carpathian dubbed his new home the War Cradle. The entire town had been completely rebuilt to their specifications, combining classic European architecture with the rough and ready materials of the American West. It contained extensive laboratory and meeting spaces, not to mention formidable defenses that would make the town a veritable fortress should it come under attack. Most important of all were the catacombs excavated beneath the War Cradle, the deepest of which would serve as a vault to securely store the stolen seed. Carpathian dismissed the workers who had helped him before collapsing the passageways that had led them down. An alternative route known only to himself led him back out in the hot, dry air of Payson. As impressive as all this was for the nigh impossible feat he aimed to achieve, Carpathian knew that he would need resources and a power base in the Union many times larger than he could currently call on. Now his work truly began. The invention of RJ-1027. With the Hex Seed now shielded securely beneath the War Cradle, Carpathian devoted all his time and resources to experimentation with the essence. He exposed biological matter to the alien mineral and worked to create more of the volatile crimson fluid. Tantalizingly, he discovered that by mixing the fluid with gunpowder or other accelerants, he could greatly increase the potency of weaponry and combustion engines, a process colloquially known as juicing them. Once he had stockpiled a sufficient quantity and designed suitable armored and durable Sturginium-enhanced containers for it, he announced the 4th Enlightened Symposium to be held in Payson at the War Cradle. The date of this symposium, the 27th of October 1859, had special significance for Carpathian, as it was also the date of his wedding anniversary. As he stared into the glowing crimson fluid, he felt a connection to his wife as well as the promise of her eventual resurrection. In the wider world, their authority challenged by the announcement, the custodians leaning Enlightened were in a difficult position. Fearing a future division, Sturgeon and his allies at Wells Chasm acknowledged his 4th symposium, but claimed security concerns in the rapidly destabilizing Union for a reason not to attend in person. Many Enlightened did attend, however, including Princess Scheherazade and distinguished guests such as Amaninte Dupin, Giuseppe Garibaldi, and Louis Jules Torchet. To them, Carpathian unveiled his greatest invention, a new wonder fuel he called RJ-1027. Agent's note: presumably, Carpathian believes that the pseudoscience of the name would hopefully distance the liquid from its true origins to the general public as well as to his peers. Though the service is fully aware of the true nature of RJ-1027, I understand the need for such facts to remain within the service at this time. For the Enlightened, RJ-1027 represented a near-infinite power source limited in application only by their imaginations. That it had been developed and designed by Bursan Carpathian, the self-proclaimed father of the Enlightened, was undisputed. Available for all the world to use, RJ-1027 rapidly became the means by which the designs of much of the new wave of technology unleashed by the Enlightened became possible. Sturgeon reluctantly contacted Carpathian via Loomis telegraph to offer his congratulations, and Carpathian graciously gifted Wells Chasm with the first shipment of RJ-1027 canisters so that their important work in the vault might benefit. Although some of the Enlightened like Nikola Tesla and Augusta Byron still favored power sources they had independently developed within 5 years, the Enlightened were almost exclusively powering their advanced technologies with RJ. The energy contained in an oil drum seized RJ cylinder could power a family home for 6 months before it would need to be switched for a new one. The spent RJ cylinders would be collected and taken back to the War Cradle, where they would be recharged for a small fee. Within a decade, 1 million canisters of RJ-1027 of all different sizes would be found in transit back to the War Cradle at any one time, a whole third of the immense factory city turned over to the safe storage and reprocessing of canisters. Civil War. The sale and supply of RJ-1027 was only the first step in Carpathian's plan. The cost of processing and generating more of the essence with the secrecy that required was relatively high. The vast majority of the world's fuel requirements were still driven by coal, oil, timber, and gas. This was unlikely to change for the next few decades, as the application of RJ-1027 tended to be for more advanced technologies rather than day-to-day. Carpathian needed something to drive the purchase and distribution of the technologies. Agents note, the Union did not disappoint in this matter. The initial flashpoint in 1861 was over the extensive oil and mineral reserves of the Mississippi and Texas. Carpathian and the enlightened loyal to him knew that the power they required for their great work could only be acquired if these tensions and fears were stoked. Carpathian and his enlightened needed to be in a position to demand autonomy and favor from whichever faction came out on top. To that end, they began to sell juice rifles, automata, sonic cannons, and of course, the wonder fuel that allowed all these infernal devices to be powered to both sides. Thus, when the Civil War erupted in earnest, it was fought with the most destructive weapons ever devised by man. Armies were swept from the fields as streams of crimson power flashed beneath the rising clouds of smoke and dust. Armored land ships crawled across the churned muddy ground, shrugging off blasts that would have shattered castles. Millions died and the nation was devastated as the war dragged on. The Confederacy and the Union equally matched throughout the availability of enlightened technology. As year after bloody year passed with no sign of an eventual winner, enlightened elsewhere in the world began to fear that would never end. They predicted with certainty that the country would be reduced to a smoldering cinder before the war reached a conclusion. Eventually, it was Nikola Tesla who broke faith with the rest of the enlightened and intervened, despite Surgeon and the other peers warning him not to. Taking his voltaic technologies with him, Tesla journeyed to the Union, providing them with what would turn out to be the upper hand. Supported by Tesla coil-powered automata and devastating rolling thunder tanks, the war ended within months. The exhausted populace on both sides of the Manson-Dixon line finally brokered an uneasy peace. Agents note, Director Lincoln, have you ever asked Nikolai why he chose the North over the South? Carpathian was furious, watching all of the groundwork he had laid with the Confederacy rendered useless with their defeat. He immediately moved to consolidate his holdings through the connections and alliances he had built with Northern interests. The foundations of several Promethean complexes had been established during the war, and now these were greatly expanded and reinforced into massive industrial cities on the land ceded to them by the newly victorious Union. Enlightenment of the Self. Knowing better than any other what the true purpose of the Enlightened was, Carpathian directed his servants and acolytes at the War Cradle, making it the most advanced source of weapons and research in the world. The aloof Sturgeon and his allies at Will's Chasm saw the emergence of Carpathian and those who followed him as a dangerous, unstable element within the Enlightened. The Union Civil War had been a flashpoint, driving on scientific endeavors around the globe as well as the demand for RJ-1027 and the technologies that it could power. But the conflict had also breathed new life into the egalitarian movement within the Covenant. Now the notions of Carpathian became a credible alternative to the principles espoused by Sturgeon. Following the betrayal of Markov, the facilities in the Antarctic have been expanded, with a large shipyard and airfield producing all manner of advanced craft to help the Enlightened project their principles across the globe. While Carpathian and his allies have chosen to portion out advanced technologies equally and fan the flames of industry and conflict, so too have Sturgeon and the rest of the Enlightened taken whatever steps they deem necessary against those same nations to ensure that no power gains a decisive advantage. Sturgeon is lord of Will's Chasm, now a bustling metropolis built around the fabled vault itself, and Leonidas Spire, the great port on the Antarctican peninsula, presided over by Maximilian Schneider. From these two Promethean complexes spread a vast network of tunnels cut and blasted by engineers with drills, ice burners, and the tireless TX-01 automata. Underground galleries contain workshops and farms illuminated by sun-like globes, made habitable by atmospheric controls interconnected by rails and pneumatic pressure tubes. Elsewhere in the world, though not quite to the scale of the Union Civil War, other opportunities have enabled Promethean complexes to be established. Through such agreements, the Enlightened are usually left alone by their host governments, although their methods and attitudes often make for tense relationships with the local populace. The Promethean complex known as the Gateway was once the tiny South Atlantic island of South Georgia. This island city is quite literally the entrance to the Antarctic approach through which all visitors must pass. The Crown is resentful of being manipulated to sell the land to the enlightened. Agents note, the Crown may be resentful, but I think it's fair to say that now that our dependence on the enlightened has faded, we are in open aggression here in the Union, particularly against our guests out in the Badlands. Even the general populace now sees Carpathian and his peers for what they truly are, opportunistic monsters making coats for themselves out of the widow's weeds. I understand that this mounting antagonism towards the enlightened has caused Nikolai and his assistants to go to great lengths to distinguish themselves from their enlightened cousins. Having witnessed the pipeworks myself, it is clear that beyond the publicly accessible lobby and conference rooms, the facility is still, to all intents and purposes, a Promethean complex. An enlightened present. The enlightened are vastly changed since their founding a quarter of a century ago. Now, more self-focused and fractured than before, they are still collectively driven by the ultimate goal of elevating humanity through science. Hulking monstrosities guard the entrances to their labyrinthian Promethean complexes that are dotted around the globe. Overhead, their bizarre and wondrous rotorcraft ferry materials back and forth between these strongholds. It is folly to mistake their unusual appearance for weakness, as they are bristling with concealed rockets and searing lasers ready to annihilate any who would threaten them. Similarly, their fleet is usually hidden from view beneath the waves, elegantly rising only when needed to loose weaponry that cleaves through the enemy armor and shields. The enlightened make a prodigious use of their vaulted generator technology, confounding their foes or harry them from new and unexpected quarters. Thanks to the actions of the traitor Markov, the clash of nations, and the influence of the Hex, the Enlightened's plan to control the world through science and technology has come to naught, and the various groups and factions are left scrambling to follow the many counter-agendas they have devised. Though the Covenant of the Enlightened still arrogantly places itself above the petty jingoism of the nations of the earth, rivalries between the Enlightened members are fierce. Competing designs are often produced in different Promethean complexes in an attempt to earn their inventor prestige amongst their fellow peers, or lucrative contracts should they feel that selling their creations will further their goal. An example of this conflict was seen when Zerach Colburn's Blackhoof Automata was replaced as the primary means of personal transport in the Union Army by Erasmus Levitt's Iron Horse. The sickness and death caused by the automata's primitive atomic batteries resulted in such humiliation for Colburn that he flung himself from the cooling tower of his Promethean complex, the Iron Citadel. Within the Promethean complex, each peer rules as a technological autocrat and is responsible for maintaining a militia or retinue armed with the latest in Enlightenment advancements. Some peers make use of extensive mechanical augmentation to create a capable force out of the physically injured or idealistic volunteers. Others have explored the paths of automation to create marvelous machines capable of a semblance of independent thought processing, able to carry out varying of tasks with the world's most advanced fleet of naval ships, the armored machines and aircraft the Enlightened continue to push envelope of human advancement, harnessing any technologies they can create or reverse engineering. Beyond the predominant ideologies within the Enlightened of egalitarianism and custodianship, the relationship is more nuanced, and each peer pursues the agenda of the Covenant in their own way. Isambard, Kingdom Bruno, expands his time at the vast workhouse complex known as Belcheli, designing ever more impressive engineering feats for his patron, Queen Victoria. Bruno is convinced that the world was at peace when the Crown's rule was unchallenged, and now puts his great intelligence to work considering how best to return the Crown to her former glory. For Barnabas Sturgeon at Wells Chasm, it is about developing the secrets of the vault and dealing with those who would misuse them. For Lady Juliana Drakenberg at the Gateway, it is about keeping an eye on the scientific achievements of the 7 great power blocks and eliminating or seizing emergent technologies that would prove a danger to the world. Through these peers and dozens more, the dreams of the Sturgeonian Age had faded into the reality of the Dystopian Age. It is only a matter of time before the brilliant minds of the Covenant of the Enlightened are called upon to defend humanity in their darkest hour. Until then, they must each learn to find a place in this era of constant warfare and strife that they themselves have created. The Imperium. the preeminent power in Central Europe, the Imperium is a mighty colossus that spans the continent from the shores of the Baltic to the warmer climes of the Adriatic. From its capital in Berlin, the network of industry, rail, and military might is harnessed for the good of its citizens. The Kaiser and his supporters, the enigmatic and powerful Teutonic Knights, are surrounded by enemies, but are confident in their ability to marshal their forces and destroy utterly those who would threaten their glorious realm. Let them come and break their strength upon the bulwark of civilization. The Imperium shall not go shrinking into the darkness like some thief in the night. Blood and iron. Great, is one of those with more notes than I should have. Decoded on the 21st of May 1869 from the files of the Dystopian Bureau. Hombre. Apologies for the unorthodox method of transmitting this information to you. My normal contact with the Second Bureau has been interrupted after an encounter with our Teutonic friends. I have spoken to the professor as you have requested and liaisoned with our mutual contact with the lodge, but do not have anything to report on that particular questions you asked. I was, however, able to complete the task you assigned me in Heidelberg and will dispatch the result through the secondary channel. The watchword, as ever, will be reprisals. Our usual cipher will suffice this time. Sincerely, Leonard. Dystopian Bureau note. The papers arrived via Geneva 2 days later. We have unfortunately not had any further contact with Agent Renard in Heidelberg. Either he remains under observation or has been seized by the Teutonic Knights. Recommendations for future actions has been passed to the Bureau Chief. The decoded papers are attached below. The Cross of Europe. The Imperium is a superstate that bestrides Central Europe like a colossal, composed of the hereditary domains of the kingdoms of Prussia, the extensive territories of the Confederacy of Scandinavia, the royal house of Bavaria, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Romania is still screwed in this timeline, I see. Each of these nations, whilst nominally an equal partner in the affairs of the Imperium, are in reality subservient to the will of the dominant power of Prussia. The Prussian king is also the Imperium's Kaiser, the absolutist and authoritarian monarch whose enlightened despotism vouchsafes the security of Europe against the decadent Western powers and the tyranny of the Russian Commonwealth to the east. Dystopian Bureau note, of course, Agent Renard paraphrases the propaganda here. The current Kaiser, Frederick Grunder, is lauded as the grandfather of Europe by the patriotic imperialists of these four nations. But the monolithic edifice he and his forebears constructed is anything but. There are weaknesses that could be exploited by a well-funded and equipped foe, and only by carefully examining the nations and the Imperium's history can we hope to exploit. Dystopian Bureau note. Appended to the original report was a hastily scribbled note where Agent Renard requests funds to cover a debt he owes the local police constable after his last breach of curfew. Perhaps this oversight caught up with him? Neither holy nor Roman. This is disputable. Over 1,000 years ago, His Holiness the Pope crowned the Frankish king Charlemagne, Kaiser of the Romans. This act revived the long-lost Roman Empire in Western Europe, and after a 400-year hiatus, gave Europeans an imperator once again. This was a politically calculated move, granting Charlemagne the sovereignty he claimed over other European rulers, while simultaneously giving the Pope great temporal as well as spiritual power. Over the course, the reality was rather different from the propaganda. Charlemagne's empire was hardly deserving of the term, and whilst unchallenged in his own day, his successors were never truly recognized as Kaisers in the sense that they were superior to any of the kings and queens who surrounded them. No attempt was made to truly revive the traditions and structures of the Roman Republic or its empire, and while Charlemagne passed into history, the state he left behind was little different from the feudal kingdoms that surrounded it. Dystopian Bureau note, Imperial propaganda is similarly grandiose in style, but likewise devoid of substance if you have the wit to see through it. Nonetheless, the Holy Roman Empire he formed would endure beyond his death, bequeathed first to his own dynasty and then to others. In time, the autocratic emperors who ruled it lost their overwhelming power. Each major city and province, as well as some bishoprics and petty kingdoms, were afforded the right to elect their Kaiser upon the death of his or her predecessor. Thus, the Holy Roman Empire became a multi-layered and complex state of free cities, principalities, domains, and more besides. all ruled by their own noble dynasties and with an overlord of their own choosing, the Great Conflagrations. Such a complex mixture of feudal and semi-democratic systems was sure to create tension and division. As some great houses grew in power, in particular the Habsburgs of Austria, and influence, others waned and grew envious. Throw into this mixture the heady emotions of reforming religion, and you have a tailor-made recipe for war and violence. On several occasions, the Holy Roman Empire fell into civil war with the various German states and greater powers competing with one another for territory, wealth, and divine favor as they sought ultimate mastery over their neighbors. In the end, a curious form of natural selection eventually won out. The major dynastic houses who could command greater wealth, military forces, and loyalty from their subjects, regardless of religious confession, many were to enforce compromises on such issues, absorbed or dominated the later. By the time of our revolution, the Holy Roman Empire was officially dominated by the House of Habsburg and the Prussian and Bavarian kings. During the campaigns of the late Kaiser, the influence and power of the Habsburgs in Austria was greatly diminished. The Austrian claims to northern Italy were bloodily reputed, and Napoleon I invaded Austria itself on several occasions. The pressure was maintained by his successors during the ill-fated reign of Emperor Joseph, when the marshals narrowly defeated Austria at the Battle of Austerlitz. Dioxian Bureau note: although the subsequent defeat at Jena, despite the death of the Prussian king, was a major setback. The rise of Henrik Otto. With Habsburg power humbled and the Prussian king dead, the French marshals wrongly believed that the power of the Holy Roman Empire had been dealt a crushing blow. Of course, as we now know, the confidence was misplaced. In 1806, outraged electors demanded the abdication of the Habsburg Kaiser Franz, whose failure to defeat the French marshals had badly damaged the confidence in the already weakened Austrian military. The abdication of a Holy Roman Emperor was not entirely without precedent, but it was a dramatic turn of events that paved the way for the rise of a completely new leader. With the death of King Friedrich Wilhelm III at the Battle of Jena, the Prussian crown had mysteriously passed beyond the House of Hohenzollern to the, at that point, obscure German aristocrat Heinrich Otto. It has proven impossible to determine exactly how the succession was decided, but his apparently limitless source of wealth and boundless determination to see Prussian glory restored no doubt inspired much of the support. Dioxian Bureau note: there are the Teutonic files on his succession, or at least that's what the Agent Renard's sources at the local lodge tells him. When the time came to choose a successor to Kaiser Franz, the new King Heinrich Otto was the clear favorite. He was invested as Holy Roman Emperor on Christmas Day, 1806. This was a meteoric rise out of the comparative obscurity, so concerned was the continent with the ongoing French Civil War that his coronation made only a few ripples in the international press. That was the change. The Dioxian Bureau note: Agent Bellet in London has made it a habit to study newspaper reports. She's attempting to create an analytical theory of deducing using such things. The coming storm. Within a few short months of his confirmation as Kaiser, Heinrich Otto embarked on a major program of military reform, ably assisted by the major Prussian military minds of the day: Blücher, Clausewitz, Gneisenau, Scharnhorst, and more. These individuals were to form the Kaiser's brain trust for a stunning intervention in European affairs. First, however, the Kaiser had to build up his military might after its bludgeoning at the hands of the French Grand Army not 2 years earlier. Major new military factories were established and millions of marks invested in all manner of military designs. Across the territories of the Holy Roman Empire, a massive network of railways spread like some strange living thing, connecting every conceivable area in a world-class transportation network. Dioxian Bureau note: Soot loot something apart from the military applications of swift lines of supply and communication. The rail network served to make swift civilian transportation from all areas of the empire practicable for the first time. Indeed, Agent Renard reports that to travel on the Imperium's high-speed connections between Berlin and Vienna is quite an experience. Dwarfing all his other projects, however, was a dramatic decision to revive, at least publicly, more detail later, the famed Teutonic Knights of the Germanic past. Almost overnight, a whole infrastructure of lodges, commanderies, and fortresses were established throughout the Holy Roman Empire under the new terms of an imperial charter for the knights' use. Whole factories worth of military material, some of it highly experimental, ended up in the hands of the new Teutonic military machine, the Ritorreden. Dystopian Bureau note: it is believed that the 1808-09 period saw the first European use of motorized suit of personal armor, strong enough to withstand modern weaponry, but light enough to be practical in a military setting. With his new military base, Kaiser Heinrich Otto had a military power base unparalleled in Europe and a cadre of intensely loyal officers and personnel that reached far beyond his official home in Prussia. At a council of ministers summoned by the Kaiser in the spring of 1809, Heinrich declared his intention to centralize the Holy Roman Empire. No longer would it be a weak alliance of states united only by a shared culture and language. Instead, it would be a close union of strong powers with a unified central government and military. His vision for the future was highly persuasive for the ministries present. So too was the obvious strength of the Teutonic knights who accompanied him. In fact, the coming of the Imperium was something of a coup d'etat. The Austrian Habsburgs were placed under close arrest by elements of their own military, supported by the Teutonic Knights' Austrian commandery. The Bavarian King Ludwig was present with the declaration after the fact, made aware of his subordinate status without his consent, a fact he took with magnanimity given the circumstances. Dystopian Bureau note: the Teutonic Knights frequently use blackmail and manipulation where outright intimidation is unnecessary. It is highly likely that many of the ministers of the smaller states, as well as many of the lesser German princes, were leaned on heavily during this time. On the 1st of August 1809, Heinrich Otto was crowned Kaiser of the Imperium. With rapturous applause, he was acclaimed in Berlin as the protector of Europe and the guardian of the fatherlands. Present at the coronation were the German and Austrian princes and electors who oversaw the transition of total power to the new ruler. Within a month, the new Kaiser had appointed a new head of government, Reichskanzler Wilhelm von Ostenberg, and had summoned a new elected advisor chamber, the Imperial Diet and Senate. Diet, really? Okay. With all in place, Kaiser Otto was ready to unleash his plans for conquest. The Prussian Wars. 1810 dawned in blood and iron. The Imperium's navy began with an overwhelming bombardment of the Scandinavian coastline. Thousands died in the first few hours of the new year as the first stage of the Kaiser's plan unfolded. Rumors of war had been circulating all the previous winter, but had started to dwindle when the Kaiser departed for his New Year holiday in the Black Forest. Unbeknownst to the outside world, however, the Kaiser had kept well abreast of news thanks to his high-speed rail network. Almost overnight, the huge Imperial military machine, the Reichswehr, had swung into action. Units moved from garrison to jumping off points by armored train. The latest Imperium innovations that provided headquarters, barracks, and supply for entire regiments. These were loaded onto special invasion barges, pre-laid with the rail tracks and ferried across the Baltic. Dystopian Bureau note: has Agent Schelin managed to secure those barge blueprints yet? The Confederacy of Scandinavian armed forces were ill-prepared for the sudden onslaught, and they were not the only ones. Barely hours after the news of the Imperium's northern invasion had flashed around the world consulates, then the roar of the Imperium's guns were heard in new places. The rumble of artillery and tank engines filled the air as the Austrian regiments of the Reichswehr sprang into action, this time attacking North Italy. Without prepared defenses, Venice and Lombardy were both forced to give way, falling back on more secure position as the Austrian army made steady headway. Kaiser Heinrich was still not done. Barely a few months had passed to allow for the redeployment of certain units before a third front was opened to take advantage of the fragmented and disordered state of France. This time, the Reichswehr and Ritorreden forged over Mosel into French territory, striking at Republican forces in East as well as the few imperialist and royalist bastions they encountered. Everywhere across all these fronts, the suddenness of the Imperium's onslaught served to embolden their forces and weaken the resolve of their opponents. By the end of the year, the Imperium arms had won all of Scandinavia, apart from the stubborn resistance in the far north, pushed Republican France back into the Marne and besieged Paris, and almost brought Venice to heel. The Kaiser, however, may well have risked too much. The following 2 years were a series of checks for the Imperium's military. In pushing hard against his disunited neighbors, Otto also gave them a reason to unite. Dystopian Bureau note: it is at this point that concerns about the Kaiser's sanity begin to appear in the journals, diaries, and letters we have managed to acquire from the period. It appears, however, that the Teutonic Knights were at least aware of his mania, but chose to allow it to run its course. Why they would do such a thing remains for now a mystery. The French Civil War petered out as the Imperium's invasions unfolded. The imperialist position in Spain collapsed, as did the royalist cause. Patriotic Frenchmen and women rallied to the Republic in its time of need, whilst in Italy the normally factitious Italian states formed their emergency league. Only in the pacification of Scandinavia did the Imperium achieve success, and even then at a cost in men and material far greater than expected. In 1812, the Kaiser compounded his error by launching yet another invasion. The Russian offensive had begun. End in sight. The Russian offensive that unfolded in 1812 was a disaster for the Imperium. While swaths of Polish and Russian territory were seized in the opening months, by the winter of that year the whole operation had bogged down in a terrible weather. More and more troops had to be withdrawn from the other fronts to stabilize the territory gained against repeated counterattacks, leaving the other territories poorly defended. The Battle of Borodino in September 1812 put paid to the main thrust of the Imperium's strength, and the Commonwealth began its brutal retaliatory march. Dystopian Bureau note: it is interesting that not a single formation from the Ritorden took part in the offensive. In 1813, military disaster piled on military disaster. With the disaster of Borodino only a few months old, the League of Italian States launched its own counteroffensive that gutted a weakened and demoralized Austrian army. Once again, the Habsburgs' forces were pushed beyond the Alps and back into their own territory. In the West, unable to land a knockout blow, the French Republicans could only watch as Blucher's army was outflanked and crushed at the Battle of Waterloo by British Crown forces under the Duke of Wellington. Dystopian Bureau note: the Crown's intervention prevented the balance of power in Europe shifting decisively to the Imperium, but by that point, in our opinion, the affair was largely settled. Kaiser Heinrich Otto, faced with his dreams crumbling around him, committed suicide in his hunting lodge in the Black Forest later the same year. In 1814, his successor Karl Wolfgang was elected by the Diet and the Senate as the new Kaiser of the Imperium. Dystopian Bureau note: it is likely Heinrich Otto intended his son to succeed to the position, but after taking his own life, he was in no position to contend the decision to elect a successor by the Diet and the Senate he had founded. The fact that this solution was supported by the Teutonic Knights made it all the more likely to succeed. Peace with honor. Kaiser Karl Wolfgang served as leader of the Imperium for only 7 years, but in that time managed to drag the new realm back from the brink and forge it into something that could last. Working swiftly, Kaiser Karl arranged the construction of a massive series of fortifications along the Imperium's eastern border, the terrifying Wolfgang fortresses. With these in place and still under construction, the Kaiser was able to bring the various foes his predecessor had united to the negotiation table. As it happens, few of his opponents had the strength or resolution to carry the war further. The League of Italian States lacked the cohesion necessary to engage in an offensive operation, and few Italians wished to die in a campaign that would only serve the goals of Lombardy and Venice rather than their own state. France, alas, was in no state to do more than cling on desperately to the newly regained banks of the Mosel. The Mercurial Crown, however, was the first to sign a peace treaty. Their short-term objective achieved, the British had no desire for a continental war. The peace with honor was signed in 1815 with generous terms, the Crown, as Kaiser Karl urgently sought to calm the European flames. With this treaty in place, and with Italy and France signing deals soon after, the Russian Commonwealth could no longer force the issue. With the Imperium free to dedicate all its forces to its eastern border, such a campaign would be folly. The Russian Commonwealth and the Imperium did not sign their own peace deal, but instead agreed to abide by the terms of a limited truce. The Commonwealth still has not forgiven the Imperium for the 1812 assault. Dystopian Bureau note: we continue to remind the Russians of this fact whenever appropriate. The passing of the mantle. Kaiser Karl did not enjoy his peace long. Scandinavia, the one region which had fully capitulated, erupted in revolt in 1817 and would remain fractious for a further 3 years. It took much of the Kaiser's mental energy and diplomatic skill to eventually admit the provisional government of the new Scandinavian Confederacy into the Imperium as the violence petered out in 1820. Upon Karl Wolfgang's death in 1821, there was much mourning throughout the Imperium. A dedicated man of peace with his eye on the future, the Kaiser was a much beloved monarch who had won the hearts and minds of his disparate people. It is a common saying amongst Imperium officials that whilst Kaiser Otto may have forged the Imperium, it was Kaiser Karl who made it. The Diet and Senate elected Frederick Grunder to succeed Kaiser Karl, becoming the third emperor of the Imperium and the longest reigning. Kaiser Frederick succeeded the throne in 1821 at the age of 32 and reigns still today. Under his stern visage, a whole generation of imperial citizens have matured, and it is to him that half a continent of citizens look. The Imperium today. The Imperium is an autocracy governed by decree by the Kaiser. In practice, much of the day-to-day practicalities of government are handled by the Reichskanzler Otto von Bismarck, a Prussian junker with similarly firm commitment to the parental nature of the Imperium's government. A professional civil service based in Berlin acts as the epicenter of imperial power. Also involved at the head of the Imperium's government is the Grand Master Anna von Malberg of the Teutonic Knights, who advises Kaiser and Reichskanzler both on the situation at home and abroad. A Council of State governs the country, with the Reichskanzler and its members are chosen jointly by the Diet and the Senate. The Diet itself is an elected chamber much the same as the National Assembly, but unlike ours, it is not a full legislature. It may debate and pass resolutions and may remonstrate with the government, but has no real power. Political parties are officially banned in the Diet, although many of its members are linked to associates or clubs that fulfill the same role. All Imperium citizens may vote for the Diet. The Senate is a more curious institution. Its membership is allotted proportionally to the member states of the Imperium: Austria, Prussia, Bavaria, and Scandinavia, with most of its seats given by the government or reigning monarch of that nation. A few seats are expressly reserved for the minor city-states and German princedoms. The most significant bloc in the Senate are the so-called industry set, the wealthiest coal, steel, and principality rail barons with sufficient net worth to qualify for the short list. Of all the world powers, only the Imperium deliberately allows representation for such interests in its assembly. Dystopian Bureau note: of course, cynically, one could say that the Imperium is not only one to make such interests public. Of course, it does not stop the Imperium socialist underground from gunning for such figures, sometimes literally. Under the wise leadership of Kaiser Grunder, the Imperium has gone from strength to strength. The natural resources of its Central European territories have been tapped and are constantly exploited to expand the Imperium's industrial base. Millions are trained as soldiers to defend the Imperium, and its defenses and military stockpiles are forever improved upon. The Knights Luminaries of the Teutonic Knights make ever more fascinating breakthroughs and discoveries with each passing year. Indeed, this is the refrain that the Kaiser often repeats at his dwindling public appearances: for the Imperium and progress. To this day, the Imperium Navy has adopted a modular railway-based system for changing the loadout of a vessel's weapons and equipment. The Knight Luminaries have also refined the work of the turncoat Nikolai Tesla to create arc technology. Tesla's defection to the Union over a decade ago was not a death blow to the Imperium's technological developments that perhaps he might have assumed. At the direction of the Kaiser, Tesla's facilities in Graz were commandeered by Heinrich Ruhmkorff. His refinements to Tesla's work has revolutionized the military might of the Imperium. These voltaic devices are the cornerstone of new form of weaponry hoped to give the Imperium a decisive edge in the forthcoming conflicts. An iron future. The one question that dominates any predictions for the future is that of the succession. When Kaiser Frederick eventually dies, then it is likely that the Imperium would be paralyzed with grief for some considerable time. He is not called the grandfather of Europe for nothing, and the love and respect his people hold for him is nothing compared to the skill and charm which he continues to employ holding the Imperium together. Dystopian Bureau note: it is perhaps for this region Agent Renard consoled against our proposed Operation Guillotine. With the Kaiser's death, we presume the Imperium will fracture and then collapse, but it is possible that instead that it would unite in a fury against any opposing force if it were known to exist. especially if it were proved that that force had killed their beloved sovereign. At present, none doubt that the Princess Wilhelmina Grandor is the likely candidate. She has served in the Reichswehr with distinction and has been tutored extensively by her grandfather in the matters of state. Her current position as an advisor to the provisional government of the Scandinavian Confederacy is not an accident either, as it places her close to some of the most extensive Teutonic Knight research stations and development labs. Nonetheless, there are those who might favor her father, Prince Ruprecht, although given his failing health as well, that is unlikely to come to pass. The only possible cause for friction I can see is in the dissolute but popular figure of Franz Heinrich Schulz von Habsburg, the young nephew of the Austrian Kaiser. He may be put forward as a candidate by the more liberal sections of the Diet, and under his weak rule, I am sure France can find opportunities. Alas, with the Teutonic Knights and the Bismarck himself against such an event, we are unlikely to be given such a gift. Dystopian Bureau note: that does not mean we should not try. There are Austrian dissident movements who could be encouraged with a bit of financial support and a few instruments of war, if we are willing to go that far. The Teutonic Shadow. Dystopian Bureau note: so much for the public history of the Imperium. Now Agent Renard's report turns to a weightier subject. The following paragraphs contain all that he could summarize or conjecture about the real history of the Teutonic Knights. Please be aware that as of its writing, he was still trying to gain access to some of the records of the Lodge. He had promised to communicate any further findings to us, but after several months without update, we must presume that no such illumination will be forthcoming. The Teutonic Knights are the power behind the throne in the Imperium, and have been since the accession of Kaiser Heinrich Otto in 1806. Whilst ostensibly the same organization as the medieval knights who crusaded in Eastern Europe, the present knights appear to have only a distant connection to that organization, and may in fact predate them if the information I have encountered is correct. Dystopian Bureau note: certainly Heinrich Otto's rise owed much to the work of the Teutonic Knights, even before he had officially re-established them. Reconstructing a conspiracy over such a historical gap does lead to a certain degree of paranoia. One could almost see their guiding hand behind every evolution of the Holy Roman Empire and the Germanic people if one were not rationally inclined to dismiss such illogical fantasies. The Teutonic Knights, at least in public, are a patriotic organization committed to the defense of the Imperium and loyalty to the reigning Kaiser. They are to be found across the Imperium, with each nation hosting its own commandery, a knight fortress, as well as the towers and lodges in most major urban centers. Each of these institutions is a member of one of the 6 rights of the Knights: the Prussian Right, the Austrian Right, the Scandinavian Right, the Bavarian Right, the Luminary Right, and the Lesser Right. As it is to be expected, each right has its own master, with the Grand Master acting as head of the Knights and serving at the right hand of the Kaiser. Most members of the Teutonic Knights are not privy to all of its secrets. The ranks and files will often be no more than what they appear: patriotic citizens and burghers of the Imperium's towns, worthies who have joined the Knights out of national sentiment and local pride. The lodges they join are usually attached to the lesser rights, and are of little importance save for the charity work they do throughout the Imperium. Nonetheless, they act as gateways into a far more dangerous world. Those who demonstrate a greater loyalty to the Knights may rise higher in the ranks and are in time trusted with greater secrets. Unfortunately, we know few details about either the process of initiation or the nature of the secrets, but it appears from their records thus far that the Knights have been committed from the start to creating, maintaining, defending, and supporting the Imperium. To what ultimate end it is difficult to guess. Dystopian Bureau note: as remarked on earlier, it is telling that they did not support Heinrich Otto fully during the Prussian Wars. While they did not actively encourage his self-destructive course, they certainly allowed it to happen. In practice, the guiding hand of the Teutonic Knights can be found across the length and breadth of the Imperium, from the lodges who slowly form and influence public opinion and local politics, right up to the Knights Luminary who act as scholars, researchers, and designers on behalf of the Knights, or else the government itself or other major industries. The Knights, as an entity, have much wealth invested in the greatest industries within the Imperium, and their financial ties across the country are used to good effect to influence or direct developments and even policy. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, the Teutonic Knights sustain a formidable intelligence network which informs the Council of Meisters back home. These agents, sometimes Knight Luminary, acting as visiting professors or else members of the Ritoreden, under the guise of mercenaries, infiltrate and observe, sometimes acting to eliminate or counter threats to the Imperium before they emerge. Within the Imperium, similar duties fall to certain members of each lodge or tower, which act as centers and safe houses for the purpose of counter-espionage and the more thuggish acts undertaken by the Knights. Dixium Bureau Note: our sources have confirmed that Georg Stibersis is the Teutonic man in London. It is worth sending Agent Bellet and Agent Orcus to attend to the matter, or do we leave him in place to frustrate the crown? Dissidents, socialists, and those who oppose preferred Teutonic policy often find themselves accommodated in some fashion. I have encountered reports of bribery, blackmail, salacious rumors leaked to the local press, as well as outright intimidations, beatings, and murder. Such gangs represent at a small scale the level of influence enjoyed nationally by this organization. Such acts are not undertaken by the normal rank and file of the lodge and appear to be the preserve of a certain subsection of the Knights, colloquially referred to as the Geheimgesellschaft. Dixion Bureau Note: ironic that such a name should be publicly known and feared. Not that they would appreciate the joke. It is possible that Agent Renard's visit to the lodge were too frequent for his own good. If you reached this far, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps the channel grow. Nevertheless, I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci. The Sultanate. For many years, the Sultans of Istanbul have laid claim to the holiest lands of the world and defended them against the depredations of the infidel, the raider, and the thief. Grown idle and lazy with the wealth of their realm, the Sultanate for a while appeared in danger of collapsing under the pressure of foreign enemies. Now enriched by the front of knowledge unlocked by the new learning, the Sultanate has been revitalized as a world power. The new learning has not been the only revelation received by the Sultan and the Sublime Porte. Secret friends of the Sultanate have explained that all is not quite what it seems in the Dystopian Age. A greater threat than the petty, saber-rattling great power exists, and it is the duty of all to oppose this dark curse before it destroys the world. Intercepted epistle from Sirkan Osman. My High Sirkan, greetings under the light of the All-Shard. From the congregation of the Holy Order of Man in the Levant, greetings to High Sirkan Abnir from Sinkar Osman. May the All-Shard forever bless us with his revelation. First, let me beg your indulgence, for I felt a written report was the most useful way of fully updating you as to our situation here. The man I have entrusted with this packet is amongst my most dutiful speaker here in Istanbul, and I have much confidence that this packet reached you far swifter than it might otherwise. Secondly, may I communicate my thanks for your own recent epistle distributed last month? Our congregation was enthused by your words concerning that ever-increasing threat posed by the tainted, and we have redoubled our efforts here to secure our order's position and to bring about the final victory. This situation here in the Sultanate continues to be positive, but I fear we will soon reach an uncomfortable moment of crisis. As you have so often warned, only by being prepared for an event can we ever hope to control it. I have tried my best to place our force in a position to exploit whatever should happen here. Nonetheless, I feel that I would benefit from your own expertise in this situation. I hope you will forgive the following historical background, but I feel only by explaining the context in which the Order finds itself today can you truly understand the predicament we face. The Ottoman Advance. The modern Sultanate owes its existence to the conquest of the Turkish people began in 1299. At first merely a tribal confederacy under Osman I, the Sultanate soon expanded into the rest of the Middle East and the Levant. After 1354, the Ottomans conquered much of the Balkans, becoming a transcontinental power. Under the leadership of one Sultan Mehmed, called the Conqueror, the Sultanate finally ended the existence of the last vestiges of the old Roman Empire, dismantling all that remained of the Byzantine power and eventually breaking their power entirely with the capture of Constantinople itself. From this new capital, the Sultanate and its officials have weathered many crises through their history. Many wars and campaigns were fought against encroaching European powers in the Mediterranean, as well as many Ottoman attempts to expand into Europe proper. Under the reign of several wise sultans, the Sultanate also expanded south and west along the Middle East and Middle Sea to the shores of the Iranian Gulf and the Arabian Sea. These Persian and Arabian conquests had a major impact on Ottoman culture and society. A renaissance of Persian literature sparked resurgence in ancient forms and practices amongst the people of the Sultanate and its rulers. They adopted the title Padishah, meaning great king from the Persian language, and incorporated Persian styles and forms into their government. Even today, the governors of provinces are referred to as satraps, whilst military generals of sufficient wealth and influence may claim the title of spachbed, which conveys suitable authority over all military dealings in an entire province. The dominance of the Ottoman sultans over all the holy sites of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism has ensured its spiritual as well as political hold over its people. Relaxed toleration laws, particularly when compared to European norms, helped to develop a culture that cut across religious lines, not to mention the wealth brought in by the trade between East and West that flowed through the Ottoman domains. The sick man of Europe. Such was the strength of the Sultanate that many expected her to join the ranks of the great powers around the dawn of the 19th century. Yet for all this success in charting a course amongst the other nations of the world, the Sultanate was not in a strong position after the end of the Prussian Wars. Decades of mismanagement had left the Sultanate military and economically weak. Dissident movements in the Arabian and Persian territories fought on-again, off-again campaigns of politically motivated brigandage. Prussian and Russian expansion threatened to destabilize the Ottoman Balkans, whilst mercenaries took up the cause of Greek independence. At sea, Ottoman power waned on both sides of Dardanelles Straits, as both the League of Italian States and Russia made place for overall dominance in their respective areas. The Ottoman military was underfunded and poorly equipped, a shadow of the organization that had once made the walls of Vienna shake. Postscript, it is likely that much of these disturbances owed something to the presence of hex taint amongst the outcast and oppressed populations of the Sultanate. The Ottoman economy likewise faltered as the other powers began industrializing. Where once the fine artisan crafts of the Sultanate would have fetched high prices on the international market, they were now tardy relics in comparison to the mass-produced goods churned from the factories of the established powers. Much wealth was squandered by the sultans of this time on personal luxuries and excesses, and Ottoman infrastructure began to crumble and rot away. Only the Herculean effort of a few reform-minded ministries with a grand vizierate prevented the Sultanate from collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions and being carved up by the other world's powers in a frenzy. The new learning. As with all autocracies, the character of the supreme ruler often has disproportionate effect on the realm that they control. Thus, after decades of weak rulers, more concerned with their own indulgence than the realm they were supposed to steward, the Sultanate appeared racked with poverty, crumbling infrastructure, and host to a dissatisfied and fractious populace. Into this vacuum stepped the late great Sultan Mehmed the Learner, named for the conqueror of Istanbul and successor to perhaps the most dissolute and indulgent of all the failed sultans. The previous sultan, who even now is not named in official histories for his cruelty and debauchery so shocked the nation, was Mehmed's uncle, and rumors persist that his death was so decadent as to forbid description for fear of embarrassment. With his death, that line of the family failed, and a new dynasty was raised to the throne. Postscript. A convenient story. Mehmed was a great man, but was not above violence when necessary. In truth, his uncle likely died at the sharp end of a blade, traveling at high velocity. Mehmed the Learner launched himself immediately into a bold reform movement, incorporating many scholars into his government. The Sultan himself made stringent cuts to the budget allocated for his own personal amusement and plowed huge reserves into developing education and technology throughout his realm. The fruits of the new learning were almost immediately felt. Rapid modernization led to a booming domestic economy, private income soared as wages rose, whilst once dwindling support for Ottoman rule rebounded exponentially. There were few areas that Mehmed the Learner did not excel in. An accomplished scientist, he was at home discussing revolutionary new metallurgical methods as he was discussing theology with the scholars of Istanbul. His faith in the abilities of his own people was rewarded time and again, most markedly when Ottoman engineers unearthed great petrochemical wealth within the Sultanate's territories that filled the coffers of the government and permitted further investment. By the time of Sultan Mehmed's death in 1858, the Sultanate had experienced a sea change its fortunes. No longer were its borders and sphere of influence under attack by rapacious foreign powers. No longer was the economy and government mere months away from collapse. A single flaw. Yes, Sultan Mehmed did have a flaw, one area where he failed to uphold the standards of excellence to which he had striven for the duration of his reign. Mehmed the Learner was not a family man, distant from his children, often by turns spoiling or chastising his progeny to extremes. Of his many partners during his reign, Mehmed produced only 2 children who survived to adulthood. The eldest, by his first wife, was Princess Scheherazade, a highly intelligent young woman hardened over time by parental neglect. The younger of the 2, sired from a concubine who remains hidden, was Prince Mustafa. Postscript. Ottoman medical science took a while to fully embrace the fruits of the new learning. Only now can their medical schools truly claim world class. Scheherazade proved to be as enthusiastic in learning as her father, plowing through the rigorous curriculum imposed on her and demanding more. In her academic pursuits, she sought the attention and praise of her absent father, but in burying herself in her studies, she made bridging the gulf between the two even harder. The slightest flaw in her work would bring harsh criticisms that she took to heart, whilst her greatest successes were damned with faint praise. Observation. Forgive the time spent sketching her character, but I think such information will be useful in time. It will come as no surprise then that the princess soon sought better environments in which to develop her work. First she involved herself with major projects within the Sultanate, but later took on studies in the greatest universities of Europe. Her time there put her in contact with the Amis, and from there her intellect and her ambitions grew. As far as we know, the princess was a founding member of the Covenant of the Enlightened, and her activities since then have become notorious. Indeed, her involvement abroad was tolerated by the Sultan because it achieved the private objective he had held for many years. Princess Scheherazade, for all her abilities, would never succeed him to the position of Sultan. For one thing, her gender excluded her, and for another, the Sultan had grown increasingly fond of his son, Mustafa, and it was to him that he intended to pass the throne when he finally died. Postscript. Truly, the sins of man are often born in their follies. Weird way to say it, Borka. Prince Mustafa was not cut from the same cloth as his father. His academic achievements were limited, and he received much praise for very little effort, to his sister's eternal envy. In many ways, Mustafa's interests ran more to those of his grand-uncle's family than his father's, although in his mind, Mustafa was as much a man of the new learning as the rest of his family. Mustafa, however, valued, and still values, the appearance of success rather than the reality of it. Grand projects, glorious monuments, and stupendous works are to him the hallmarks of the new learning, instead of the rational deliberation of policy and the evaluation of effects. Postscript. I believe somewhat ironically that the term most appropriate here is that the prince is a Renaissance man, a shining new era. Therefore, in 1858, the 26-year-old Prince Mustafa succeeded to the throne of a realm at peace with its neighbors and with itself. The occasion was elaborate and glorious, full of speeches proclaiming the wisdom of the new sultan's father and the glorious rule of the rejuvenated sultanate. The only cloud was the absence of Princess Scheherazade, and through Prince Mustafa's sister received, at the instructions of the Grand Vizierate, a generous cash lump sum and annual stipend upon his coronation, but was politely asked not to attend the event itself. Sultan Mustafa quickly earned a reputation as a garrulous and cheery monarch. Whilst already a large man, he quickly grew several sizes as he indulged a bit too much in his appetite for fine foods. Yet even the return of the harem and the rich gowns and turbans of the old sultanate could dim the people's love for their new ruler. Postscript. A curious truth. Sultan Mehmed was an excellent ruler, but austere and distant. He was universally respected, but not loved. Mustafa, on the other hand, is dissolute and disinterested, but is almost unfailingly loved by his people. Curious. Much of the day-to-day operations of the Sultanate fell to the Grand Vizier, Mehmed Pasha, who has served Sultan Mehmed faithfully in his final days as ruler. Many of the old policies continued, yet Sultan Mustafa quickly made a point of embarking on grandiose projects to demonstrate Ottoman prowess and ingenuity. Amongst these projects were the massive fortifications that now straddled either end of the Dardanelles, the construction of the brand new warships for the Sultanate Navy, and the extensive Gardens of Paradise initiatives where technology bought dearly from the covenant of the enlightened sources was used to green the desert and establish new and expansive cities throughout the Sultanate. In the process, Sultan Mustafa made quite a name for himself. He was touted in the press as a liberal reformer, feted worldwide for his great building project, and lavish with praise at home and abroad. He was dubbed by admirers as Sultan Mustafa the Golden, although in private his advisors began to doubt the wisdom of this public display of largesse. The Sultan's projects quickly exceeded the nation's ability to pay for them. Sultan Mustafa the Golden Plated. Grand Vizier Pasha was and remains a cynical rationalist. Unfailing, calculating, Pasha weighs every option within his finely tuned mind to determine the best course of action at each step. Nonetheless, he is a servant and not a ruler, and is dedicated to furthering the Sultanate's prosperity. It was Pasha who masterminded the exclusion of Princess Scheherazade from the succession, doubting her commitment to traditional Ottoman values, and it was Pasha who realized many of the Sultan's grand visions. The Grand Vizier was also the man who ensured the stability of the sublime treasury as the Sultan's vanity projects took their toll. New financial measures were introduced to raise more revenue, whilst the Sacred Pasha arranged loans from various sources. Amongst his highest-ranking officials, Sultan Mustafa was soon referred to as the Golden Plated, a play upon his popular name, Mustafa the Golden. It is clear that such whispers and rumors eventually reached the Sultan's ears, for he became more insecure even as further praises were heaped upon him for his national projects. It was around this time that Sirkan Dilan Kalus came into contact with the Sultan for the first time. The Greek insurrection. Finally, something about fighting back against the Ottomans. Greece is a stubborn and fractious region within the Sultanate. Its ancient history and legacy of resistance inspires certain sections of European society. Nations seeking to embarrass the Sultan frequently take up the cause of Greek independence when it suits their interests. Sultan Mustafa's reign has seen much investment in Greece in an effort quite openly to buy the loyalty of his Greek subjects. Concessions and reforms have granted further autonomy to the Greek people. At several points, a general amnesty has been offered to Greek fighters holed up in the mountains, an innovation in Sultanate policy and an option which even the Sultan's father never considered. Nonetheless, there are those too stubborn or too crazed to halt their struggle, and as we all know, it is to these poor souls that the taint of the hex calls most strongly. I understand you are more than familiar with the following details. Hi Sirkan, would allow me to emphasize certain aspects to more fully illustrate our position. As you know, it was in 1867 that Greek rebels were identified using hex weaponry during an attack on Erdrine. While conducting observance in the region, Sirkan Kalus was in a position to save a young man from a horrific fate during that attack. In this selfless act, Kalus won the gratitude of the young man's father, an influential figure with the Sublime Porter. Sirkan Kalus was summoned to Istanbul to meet with the Sultan that following month, and it is thanks to Kalus' persuasive words and sharp wit that we now enjoy the level of access and open influence in the Sultanate. The Blessed and Golden Sultan Mustafa I. Kalus explained to Sultan Mustafa the existence of two great forces at work upon the world, the divine, whom we refer to as the All-Shard, and the antagonist, referred in our fate as the Hex. Kalus presented these truths as but another layer of revelation upon existing fates, as to a certain extent they are, and for his eager listeners, explained that only with the aid of powerful mortals could the All-Shard vanquish the Hex and usher in a new age. Mustafa saw in this narrative an opportunity to exceed his father's legacy, and since that time has launched himself wholeheartedly in a new direction. No longer will his name be glorified for his largesse, it will also be remembered for his devotion and piety. With the support of the Sultan, the order was able to move freely throughout the Sultanate. Since our last reports, I can confirm that the entire Janissary Corps of the Sultanate army is now undergoing Spica training. Those who resist have been quietly removed to other corps within the army. At present, 3 regiments of Spica are now at full strength and are publicly recognized as the new face of the Divine Corps within the army. Mimreg have been placed in key positions throughout the remaining arms of the Ottoman military to provide oversight and identify those receptive to our teachings. The Bashan armature continues to grow apace, and other members of the congregation have been placed in positions of authority to ensure the further marginalization of oppressed groups and root out the hex taint wherever it is found or could potentially take root. The harsh penal code of the Sultanate has been incredibly useful in this project. Problems in the Sublime Portier. These successes have been bought at a price, however. While our fate is openly tolerated within the cities and the Sultan's personal guard includes 2 of our Cor Caroli, we're still viewed with suspicion and resentment by those who would carve such influence for themselves. We have been denied leadership in the religious council, and our influence in civil government has only been secured in a few places where the Sultan's influence has been keenly felt or where we have had sympathy within the government already. Indeed, our presence here, whilst growing, remains constrained. It would not be impossible for a determined foe to disentangle us from our position and overturn all we have built. Our most dedicated opponent at present is the Grand Vizier himself. As I explained, the Grand Vizier is a cynical man and a rationalist. The logic of our mission here does not sit easy with his mind, especially weighing the potential damage we might cause to the realm with our rhetoric and policies. A viewpoint I understand, yet cannot condemn given the true nature of the threat posed by the Hex. It is Grand Vizier Pasha who has continued to frustrate some of our most dramatic reform proposals. He blocked our last request for parity in the religious councils of the Sultanate and frustrated careful plans to place order observers within the halls of each of the emirs and satraps who govern the outer provinces of the Sultan's domain. Our last budgetary request to the Sublime Treasury was also entangled in bureaucracy for almost 6 months, a fact which cost us dear. That said, it was our influence with the Sultan that prevented a proposal from Pasha that would have gifted us new headquarters beyond the Topkapi Palace, inevitably isolating us from the Sublime Portier. The Grand Vizier's bureaucratic obstructions are motivated by equal parts self-interest and self-preservation, I believe. Without the controlling hand of the Sultan's actions, Pasha fears he will be more unable to moderate the Sultan's more excessive tendencies. Pasha also worries that the national interest is being subordinated to the interests of a foreign cult, which is what he publicly claims when mustering opposition to us amongst the civil services. There is, however, another reason which I have recently discovered. The Sign of 40. A quick survey of the Grand Vizier's chambers was conducted 3 nights ago by specially selected Spica on my orders. The 2 managed to infiltrate that wing of the palace undisturbed and return with copies of a few of his papers. These were not particularly illuminating apart from the symbol found attached in the corner, 4 lines enclosing 4 intersecting circles. This symbol can be found all across the Sultanate, branded upon individuals or goods as well as locations. It is the Sign of 40, an allusion to the 40 Thieves of legend and a symbol of the most organized and dangerous criminal fraternity in the world, the House of Gold. Written down, it is strange to imagine how much fear that name invokes amongst the ordinary populace. In fact, the house is rarely named in full, called simply the Thieves or the Snatchers or other such metaphors when necessary. The House of Gold began as narcotic smugglers, opium in particular, but have long since expanded into pretty much every single aspect of corruption. This has brought their thief kings incredible wealth and influence. The least unsavory of the operations is the lending of money to wealthy clients who have exhausted other options, and it was upon just such a transaction that this symbol was found in the Grand Vizier's office. A sea of ships. For much of its history, a large part of the Sultanate military has been led by the position of the Kapuda Pasha, the commander-in-chief of both the navy and now the emergent air force too. Sultanate air power is a distinct element within the navy and provides air support to the modern Guardians of Paradise Sultanate naval battle groups. With aging engine nacelles purchased from the crown, the Sultanate navy was unremarkable indeed. Under the Sultan's instruction, this changed as engineers integrated magnetic impeller technologies from the Covenant of the Enlightened. Now, Sultanate vessels such as those from Egypt and Greece have a reputation for unmatched speed and maneuverability. Though preferring lighter craft such as fast cruisers, destroyers, and battle cruisers, the Sultanate uses these advanced vessels to rapidly respond to threats and take advantage of the changing global situation. With its ancestral naval and air command in the Turkish city of Karamusrel on the Sea of Marmar, the Sultanate has collectively had a long naval tradition and has emerged victorious from many conflicts around the globe. Under the new Sultan, the military budget has increased 20-fold, and it now makes use of the most of the Marmar Sea as a massive fleet manufacturer, training, and staging area. The Propontis region's critical nature to the Sultanate military power cannot be underestimated. Indeed, the great powers of all recognize that a move against the Sultanate would require a massive initial strike against the Marmar Basin. Though the crown favors a surface bombardment and the alliance, the polluting of the waterways themselves. The Commonwealth believes that skillful deployment of submersibles throughout the Bosphorus would achieve the greatest success, though certainly any such attack would wreak a terrible loss of life if successful. It is the more dispassionate military minds in the Covenant of the Enlightened who propose the most terrifying, yet elegant, yet devastating solution. The detonation of a sizable atomic device on the northern Anatolian fault, which lies along the Propontis region. Even naturally, this geological feature has triggered many major earthquakes in recent years. The detonation of such a device would in an instant destroy not only the military heart of the Sultanate, but would annihilate Istanbul and its political and religious centers too. Both the Sublime Portier and its allies have dedicated significant resources of their own to counter any such threats. Postscript, where the absence of such an attack to date speaks more of the success of these agencies, or rather a lack of resolve by the great powers, remains to be seen. Owing gold to the House of Gold. With expenditures such as the vast military program, I have been aware for a while that the Sublime Porter's finances were not as strong as they had been, but I had not realized quite how poor they were. In order to finance the Sultan's lifestyle and keep him malleable, the Grand Vizier had quadrupled the personal expenditure of the court. At the same time, of course, the government was plowing money into the Sultan's project like the Gardens of Paradise to develop the Sultanate and glorify its achievements. After the civil unrest, Sultan Mehmed had ensured from heavily taxing Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Persia. The Grand Vizier chose instead to finance much of this new extravagance with loans. Eventually, he had exhausted all reputable sources of money and turned to the House of Gold. It appears that in the last few months, the House of Gold have been buying up all the Sultan's debts and consolidating them in their own hands. Quite why remains something of a mystery, but I can only surmise that the thief kings in charge wish to ensure that the Sultanate is wholly indebted to them and can therefore expect concessions and favors in their own line of work. The House of Gold is something of an institution amongst the populace of the Sultanate, and to move against it openly will likely create a crisis the government is unwilling to contemplate. The Grand Vizier has thus far managed to keep the uncomfortable truth of the government's financial troubles out from the public eye. It is only a matter of time, however, before the story emerges into the public arena. Such scandal would have far-reaching consequences, not all of them beneficial for us. Whilst the revelations would certainly end the Grand Vizier's career and remove him as an obstacle, it would also rebound on the Sultan himself. Public confidence in his reign would likely collapse, and since the toleration of the order in some ways relies on his good name, we would undoubtedly suffer in the fallout. The worst case scenario could see the Sultan forced to abdicate, closing the Sublime Portier off to us and threatening to destabilize the entire Sultanate as different claimants fought for the throne. The looming threat in such a scenario would be the return of the exiled princess. The Crimson League. Ever since the coronation of Sultan Mustafa, Princess Scheherazade has kept herself amused using the funds she received from the government of her brother to continue her research as a member of the Covenant of the Enlightened. She was instrumental in funding and developing several Covenant projects and served as a Covenant ambassador to several capitals during the early years of her brother's reign. Exactly what role she played in the Covenant schism is unclear, as is our understanding of the event. In any case, her talents as both a leader and a strategist called her to explore other avenues for profit and adventure, and she expanded her own Promethean complex into a veritable armory, developing many different advanced weapons for sale to the great powers or for the use of the enlightened forces. Her contact with the Covenant War Master Schneider fostered an interest in military activities and the romance of a mercenary life. It is no surprise that the princess established her own mercenary outfit early in her Covenant career. Postscript: we believe the princess is operating from somewhere in Morocco, although that is pure conjecture. I would ask that we consider a detachment of Ipaetus or Astrea to investigate. This Crimson League is dismissed as a vanity project so far, as I gather amongst the halls of power. Staffed uniformly by noble adventurers and outlandish aristocrats, the organization has nonetheless developed a reputation among certain quarters as highly effective. Reports garnered from their operational activities indicate a technologically advanced force of unique aerial vehicles and experienced crews, capable of working together despite their flamboyant personalities and wreaking havoc in their wake. Postscript: a contact within the Crimson League can run into expenses of hundreds of thousands in sterling, so I am told. The Crimson League has become a thorn in the side of Sublime Portier, frequently striking at perceived threats to the Sultanate without the government's blessing at the whim of the exiled princess, and frequently making a diplomatic nuisance of themselves. There is a more worrying side to these concerns, however. If the Sultan were to fall, would his infant son be able to rally the military to his side against the might of the House of Gold? And would the exiled princess simply sit out and allow her nephew to succeed to the throne that she believes is rightfully hers? It's not. And if she did intervene, would she bring the Crimson League with her? Postscript: I believe a comparison with the Commonwealth's Black Wolf and his proximity to the Tsar's court would be apt here. A choice. As you can see, and I hope you will forgive the time it has taken to get here, the Order faces a crossroad here in the Sultanate. We have built up an excellent base of operations here, and our influence is expanding rapidly. The military potential alone for our alliance to the Sultanate cannot be overstated. However, all our progress could be undone in the next few years if we cannot manage the turmoil to come. The information about the Sultan's debts could be used to leverage the Grand Vizier out of office, or at least make him more compliant to our demands in the future. However, using this knowledge without due care could bring about the very scandal we seek to prevent. The wrong word to the wrong person could bring our position crashing down. On the other hand, failing to act to prevent crisis either by bailing out the Sultan with our own funds or somehow inveigling ourselves into the Vizier's good graces could put in a more perilous position if the secret does break. Postscript: do we have already access to that amount? Could we source it from our Union holdings? And in the worst case scenario, in the event of the scandal precipitating a succession crisis, who do we support? The deposed Sultan, his infant son Prince Murad. Such decisions are far too complex to be taken here, which brings me to my final words. I ask you, I implore you, for the good of our order, to convene a council as soon as possible to discuss the information I have sent you. I understand that the expectation is that I will be able to make such decisions on my own with the guidance of the Court Karoli, but in this instance I desire the advice and guidance of more experienced voices. If at all possible, a visit from yourself would help greatly in easing the minds of us here in the Levant. The Union of Federated States. Tarnished by a recent civil war and brutalized by the horrific technologies it unleashed to claim victory, the Union is a dark reflection of its former glory. The conquest and subjugation of the former Confederacy and the deeper South, as well as the new opportunities opening in the West, stands as a grim consolation for the Union's war-wearied soul. The Union cheered the formidable military might their country now wields to ensure that never again will anyone have to pay the brutal price that freedom demands. Nothing, however, can truly extinguish the fire of the American spirit, scarred and brutalized by their own experiences. The Union's military-industrial complex is well aware of the depths to which man can fall. The only hope is to be found in having strength and resolution to stand tall in the face of great adversity, whatever the cost. First draft of Rise of Our Nation by the Committee of Public Information. Manifest Destiny. Two words that define the Union of Federated States, a rejection of the old order of the world, and the foundation of a new nation in the midst of a pristine land blessed with natural resources. The Union was founded as a beacon of freedom and equality in the world, a country where every man and woman would have a voice, where every person's rights would be sacrosanct. Emerging from a war for independence against the stagnant and oppressive Imperial British Crown, the Union of Federated States was born into a future that could not be denied. Editor's note, starting strong, I like it. Eye of the beholder. Yet at the heart of the endeavor, at the very core of the great nation in infancy, fissures were already forming. The corners of the Union hid a dark shadow, where the voices of the dispossessed, the disfranchised, and the excluded echoed in fear and anger, striving for their own hopes and dreams to be heard, to be acknowledged, and to be included in the grand endeavor. Those voices went unheard, their demands went unnoticed, and so, even as the Union began to take its first steps on the world stage at the end of the 18th century, suffused with its victory over the Crown, the Union was ready to accept its role as champion of liberty and freedom, to prove to all nations of the earth that it was possible for free people to work together to create perfection. But the fault lines of division and failure were already there. Enemies without. For decades, the Union flourished, at least externally. Each of the former colonies in America had become a federated state, brimming with pride of their new standing and the part that they had each played in defeating one of the greatest powers of the world to earn their freedom. A feverish energy swept the land, and the newest nation on earth began to press out in all directions, moving from the original Crown colonies into the surrounding countryside. But the Crown was not about to lose such a precious jewel so easily. There were constant skirmishes as the Crown pushed and prodded its wayward child into 1,000 petty ways. The dissatisfied and dispossessed within certain states were nurtured and goaded into all manner of treacheries. To the north, the Crown Dominion of Canada was incited to cause all sorts of problems, whilst around the world the fledgling navy of the new nation was harried at every turn. The newly born French Republic, so quick to support the Union in their war for independence, elected to remain outside the conflict. The Union would stand or fall alone. But whether it was driving back northern lands grabs from the Dominion, the rising outlaw possesses in the south and west of the country, or naval clashes with the Crown, the Union withstood it all. Even when Crown forces swept down from staging points in the Dominion and ransacked the capital, the Union could not be brought low. The bones of the new nation were strong and united, and the will of the people were indomitable. Enemies within. Despite this sense of invincibility, the fractures that grew deeper and deeper with each passing triumph could not be ignored forever. The Crown did all they could to give succor to the diverging ideology separating the northern states from the southern. The grievances were many and were deeply felt on both sides, but it was not the Crown who eventually set brothers and sisters against one another in the Union. For nearly a decade, the Union had tolerated the presence of a group from the Covenant of the Enlightened, a global coalition comprising of many of the preeminent brilliant minds of the age. This cabal of enlightened had enclosed themselves deep in the Western territories, hiding from the prying eyes of the world. While most of the enlightened arrogantly declared themselves to be the sole custodians of their fruits of brilliance, the enlightened led by Burson Carpathian were of a different philosophy. Unlike their peers elsewhere in the world, these egalitarian members of the Covenant believed that the marvels that they developed should be made freely available to all who could afford them. Where money could not be readily given, perhaps some other currency might be favored, such as land titles, mineral access, or information that might lead to further breakouts. Like their peers elsewhere in the world, these men and women could turn their genius to create the most destructive weaponry imaginable. All they needed were willing customers desperate enough to pay their price. It is impossible to know in hindsight if the war between the states would have occurred without the offer of support from Carpathian and his enlightened. It is possible that men of reason and peace living and ruling on either side of the Great Divide might have come to some accommodation. Many of the differences were fading even as the violence grew imminent. It was argued by several statesmen of the day that if given enough time, peace would have been possible. Editor's note: this will play well to the South. I like it. The Ore War. The initial flashpoint in 1860 was a dispute over whether state or central government should have control over the extensive oil and mineral reserves of Mississippi and Texas. Indeed, the Civil War was also known as the Ore War for just that reason. Carpathian and the enlightened peers loyal to him knew that the wealth and power they require for their greater work could only be had if these tensions and fears were stoked. Weapons of terrible efficiency and horrific power found their way to any faction who might conceivably triumph in the coming conflict. Money, credit, contingencies, and further considerations were traded at a feverish rate for juice rifles, automata, sonic cannons, and RG-1027, the wonder fuel that allowed all these infernal devices to be powered. The Ore War escalated into all-out civil war, a conflict the likes of which had never been seen by man on Earth before. Entire towns were turned to storms of ash, twisting of infernal breezes roaring up into blackening skies. Armies were swept from the fields as streams of crimson power flashed beneath the rising clouds of smoke and dust. In the first year alone, over 1 million souls were lost, civilians and soldiers together, as the nation went mad, tearing at itself like a diseased animal without reason or sense. And that was only the beginning. Conflict on a new scale. Brutal raids on towns and villages swept out from dark, foreboding forests, cutting down farmers, merchants, and craftsmen and their families. Typical Union stuff. In the acts of reprisal, the forests were set to torch, the raiders screaming their last agonized breaths into the fury of the flames. The war spilled beyond the borders of the Union, and soon the Republic of Mexico became a battleground too. The Mexicans were drawn into the conflict to aid the Confederates in exchange for a promise of favorable terms after the conflict ended. Armored land ships crawled across the churned, muddy ground, shrugging off blasts that would have shattered castles. And then, as they fell upon fortified enemy positions, they were rendered in turn into pyres for their crew, as even more powerful weapons were brought to bear. And all the while, the factories of the enlightened weighed and measured, making certain that the Confederacy and the Union were evenly matched, so that neither would have the decisive advantage, and equal currency and titles were pledged by both sides should they be victorious. That very balance, of course, only made the conflict much more terrible. Editor's note: excellent. The more blame laid at the feet of the enlightened, the better this will play with the government. I like it. Salvation through betrayal. In the end, as the bloody years trailed by, redemption came from the same quarter that had provided the tools of destruction. One of the most brilliant scientists in the enlightened, a young Serbian by the name of Nikola Tesla, was horrified by the bloodshed and the unending pain Carpathian and his peers had unleashed. Against the counsel of the other more conservative enlightened and his patrons in the Imperium, Tesla traveled from Europe to the Union and offered his expertise and assistance in ending the war. The government in Washington, heeded by the beleaguered Abraham Lincoln, knew at once what they were being offered and accepted graciously. The most senior general of the armies of the Union, Odysseus Grant, was quick to see the advantages as well. They were essentially being offered the chance to field advanced weaponry the Confederacy could not hope to match. They would launch an offensive that the rebels would have no means of countering. Grant's family had been murdered and he had been hideously wounded by a raiding party armed with these new hellish weapons early in the war. As a result, he had developed a hatred for both the Enlightened and the Confederacy. This attitude had only hardened through the grinding endless years of conflict. Knowing now that his opponents would be helpless before him, he would not wait for a moment more than necessary for Tesla to supply a small unit of soldiers with his lightning guns. They were dispatched on a raiding mission deep behind enemy lines to make a show of force and shock the rebels. It was hope into quick submission. Just in case they proved recalcitrant, however, Tesla was given control of the pipeworks, a massive manufacturing center in Washington, to convert to his own compound of factories, laboraries, and staging areas. If the war were to continue past this moment, the Union would not lack for these new weapons. The final crescendo. The Union soldiers learned all too soon that possessing more deadly weaponry than the enemy does not necessarily rob the enemy of their own lethality. The battles that ensued were perhaps even bloodier than any that had gone before, but Tesla's new technologies were terrible to behold, capable of blasting the life from an enemy soldier no matter their protection. Men were fried alive when piloting the massive armored vehicles, or seared into hereafter as they slept in their fortress barracks. The skies of the South flared electric blue with the power of Tesla's inventions, and the Confederacy, no matter how brave their soldiers or savvy their generals, could not hope to stand against them. Editor's note: beautiful imagery. I like it. Just as Tesla's weaponry came into use, the Confederacy had dug into at Petersburg, less than 150 miles. What's a mile? Talking kilometers like normal people. South of Washington, this was the place from where they could defend Richmond, the capital of the embattled Confederate States. Between the two cities, visually all the strength of the Confederate Army was deployed in a defensive posture, and all but one in the Union's generals agreed that it would be impossible to dislodge them, despite Tesla's magnificent weapon, without horrendous loss of life. Ulysses Grant, however, felt differently. He did not question that there would be casualties. He only disagreed with his colleagues on one salient point. He believed the loss would be worth the victory they would secure. Pushing south from Washington with the Army of the Potomac, Grant meant first to crush Petersburg, thus eliminating the final military threat to his forces, and then push on to completely raze Richmond, the spiritual and political capital of his enemies. Grant was brutal and merciless in these final attacks, as the Confederate command tried to rally their forces in Richmond for the final battle. Jonathan Stonewall Jackson, their most gifted field commander, did his best with the orderly retreat from Petersburg. Unfortunately, he was ambushed with his vanguard just 10 miles, again what's a mile, from safety. His body was carried from the field, his ultimate fate lost amidst the chaos of the running battle. Editor's note: not sure old Scarface is going to like being called brutal and merciless. I don't like it either. Jackson's loss was the final straw for the Confederate President Davis. As Grant began to rain down hellfire on Richmond and the entire city burned, Davis instructed General Lee to sue for peace, making certain their offers of surrender were carried to President Lincoln himself, as they felt Grant might be too inclined to ignore them in favor of his great, blazing victory. Lincoln accepted the conditions of surrender, immediately commanding Grant to cease his attack. Nearly 3/4 of the city of Richmond had been destroyed as the last fire went out, and the Confederate army was utterly shattered with less than 1/10 of their fighting strength remaining. The roadblock. By late 1865, the war was over, but the Union's wounds ran deep. 6 million souls, almost a fifth of the total population, had died or would not survive their wounds, while the South was largely devastated. In addition, there were even greater threats rising all around. The Crown, always eager for an easy opening, attacked the Union both financially and militarily, weakening them abroad. In the West, the indigenous tribes threatened to halt westward expansion, that's funny, if not unleash outright invasion. Coupled with this was the ever-present fear that while an all-out war was unlikely, a resumption of the small skirmishes could erupt again south of the Jackson-Dixon line. It was clear that the Union Army could not be disbanded or reduced to pre-conflict levels. The war might have ended, but this was certainly not peacetime. The Union continued to function as it had during the war, with conscription and recruitment continuing apace. Service in the army was seen in many quarters as the greatest honor one might achieve. It became fashionable for the most wealthy and best families to send their second-born sons and daughters to officer training to serve. Sacrifice and unity. As the Union society shifted to acknowledge and accommodate the need for all well-trained, well-prepared standing army, most states saw more and more of their surplus resources going back into a military who had already won its war. A massive bureaucracy stretched out from Washington to oversee taxation and other support activities to ensure peace and the slow recovery of the brutalized country. Just like in the real world, yay, and that never stopped until now. Sacrifice was the watchword on the thin lips of these agents of the government, and sacrifice was the national virtue they embodied. One remarkable aspect of the Union compared to other major powers is the relative unity of its populace. Since the abolition of slavery in the country after the War of Independence, black citizens have become steadily more integrated into the country's population, and those of Latin descent are following suit after the acquisition of the bulk of the Spanish-speaking lands of North and Central America. So much so that Spanish is close to gaining recognition as an official language alongside English. The overall effect is that there were many empires encompass many different peoples, societies and creeds. The people of the Union, whatever their origins, are slowly but surely coming to think of themselves primarily as one people united by a common cause, the survival of liberty. The men and women of the Union were not alone in their sacrifices. It became painfully clear to President Lincoln that he could not rule effectively with such a diverse array of enemies and challenges rising up against him. The nation needed to be able to respond to these countless threats with the speed and versatility that the founding fathers had just not imagined. He was best suited of all men and women alive to shepherd his beloved nation back to peace, but he could not do it from the White House. The death of a president. Using his ever-expanding web of agents to assist him, Lincoln plotted his own assassination in 1866, enlisting an actor friend of his son, a man who truly believed in the Union and what it stood for. Plans were laid for a massive public attack that would seemingly result in the president's death. He would then be free to assume more direct control of the very defenses of the nation, whilst his vice president, Andrew Jackson, a capable bureaucrat with little to no imagination or drive, would be left as a figurehead to rule in his place. Editor's note: what the hell is this? You can't talk about this kind of stuff in public. Cut it all out, I hate it. Knowing that for the ruse to succeed, he would have to die, John Wilkes Booth was not afraid to give his life for his nation. As planned, there was a struggle, and a juice blaster roared within the confines of a small private theater box. When the smoke cleared, the world reeled at the death of the president. Even his own family believed he died that night. The sacrifice made that night was by two men. Booth was caught as planned and killed for his actions, and Lincoln would never be allowed to return to his private or public life again. Abraham Lincoln was now relieved of the trappings of office. He was free to move out into the wide world in order to lead his extensive army of gifted killers through the shadows, and conducting the infinite number of dark and dreadful deeds the times demanded of the nation, should she expect to survive. Lincoln knew that there were things the Union Army could not be called upon to do, whether it was investigating dangers to the wounded country, to ferret out plots and schemes that threatened her, or eliminate potential problems before the public could even be aware of them. His Secret Service was essentially to the health of the Union. Editor's note: are you nuts? Do you want to go missing? Cut it all out, I hate it. Growth of the Union. The army places its faith in themselves and their arsenal. Grant remained the general of the armies, and although his bitterest foe was no more, he began to view all threats to the Union as equally despicable. He had seen the horrors of war. He had seen his family destroyed before his very eyes with the terrible weapons unleashed by the covetous enlightened. He had seen the savages of the warrior nation tear his beloved soldiers limb from limb. There was only one way his nation was going to survive this terrible time, and that was through strength. Editor's note: ease up upon the slaughter of the Union, eh? I don't like it. To the north, the Union's border stretches to the length of the Dominion of Canada, to the cold reaches of Russian Alaska, frontier territory of the most inhospitable kind. To the south, the war-ravaged and lawless hinterlands of Mexico still harbor rebels and dissidents contesting the Mexican absorption into the Union in May 1868. The army knew such challenges could not go unanswered. Whilst the northern borders are reinforced against Crown incursions and further reinforcements funneled into the west, the invasion of Grand Columbia in the spring of 1869 ensured that not only were further attacks on the Union's southern border discouraged, but that further resources and territories enriched the lives and coffers of all the member states. Such rapid expansion requires deployment of large garrisons of Union troops to ensure these new territories remain loyal to the manifest destiny that drives the Union ever onwards. Looking to repeat the gains made in Grand Columbia, the Union Army mobilizes itself once more with an eye southward on the newly emerging socialist unity of South America. The Union ascended. Building on the designs purchased from the Enlightened during the Civil War, Union military technology is mostly an effective mix of the innovative and reliable. Though Carpathian and his Enlightened continue to supply the Union with RG fuel cells, the nation has warmed towards other, less fickle sources of innovation. Union manufacturers such as Arlington and Chase produce an array of functional but beautifully engineered weapons and operating systems. Tesla continues to contribute automata designs and spark reactors for the military, as well as to improve the lives of the citizens of the Union. As a result, the war machines of the Union are well equipped with labor-saving devices for weaponry and control systems, allowing them to devote more crew space to their fighting complements, especially the Marine Corps sharpshooters. When it comes to offensive power, in all the spheres, the Union prefers relatively simple weapons. Mass rocket batteries and big guns. Lots of them. Landships and rolling thunder battle tanks bristle with heavy cannons, whose long barrels, superior ammunition, and automatic loaders allow them to lay down heavy barrages at extreme range. Union warships are driven by huge paddle wheels rather than propellers, allowing them to maneuver far more efficiently than their great size would suggest. Reinforced with another enlightened development, Sturginium, the massive structures are very resistant to damage. Union airships, the core of its aerial force, are also highly resilient beasts filled with inner helium gas, a byproduct of the nation's oil industry. They can absorb immense amounts of punishment while dishing out huge quantities of their own. Editor's note: the official story here is that Brigadier General Samuel Sturgis discovered Sturginium while leading an expedition into the Dakota Territory. The Enlightened then stole it and took to the south to the Antarctic to mass produce it. Are we clear? There is one thing that all of the men and women who have answered the Union's call can agree on. With weapons and technologies such as these, the Union of Federated States is still the greatest hope for instilling liberty and independence in the world. An uncertain age. The president says that there will be time to return to the values that once made the nation a beacon of hope. At some point in the future, there will be peace again, and time for relinquishing weapons will come. Until that time, there can be no peace. Better to curtail freedom today, that the Union may live on to be an example to the rest of the world tomorrow. For without the Union, how else will freedom in the wider world prevail? Editor's note: great ending, but that stuff about Lincoln has to go. If the public knew the truth. If you made it this far, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps the channel grow. Nevertheless, I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci.